it's so. Uh, like it's what 50 cents, 25 bucks. Left it on auto when I was fucking with it. Oh fuck. Y'all didn't hear anything. Moly. Hi, y'all. Sorry I am late. I'm in the middle of finishing up this PR. I realized that it doesn't work with Ghibli because I didn't get image editing working, so I am last second adding that so we can have image gen on T3 chat. So yeah, I've missed everything everyone has said for the last little bit. I'm sorry for that. Super close on this. Done filter for images. Map. And they should all have URLs now. I guess it was actually the dot find. Map. I don't necessarily need it to get all of them. Console.log, attachments. Not using the Kinesis. I'm just at my stream desk, which I do not have it set up for. So my thumb hurts, but we'll deal with it. I want to make sure this is all working. Let's localhost. Let's use my pro pic. No, I don't want to watch my stream. I want my profile picture. I wish any of these things worked how they're supposed to. Just find a random image. Yeah. Graphics. Common. I'll just use an old one, that's fine. Cool. Attach. Amplify this image. It's not going to work, but I want to see how it fails and what I get here. Okay, attachments. Oh, cool. That actually will work then. So oh shit. Thank you for the huge gift bomb, Stephen. Really appreciate that. Thank you. That's insane. 100 gifts. And I'm like barely even starting. Jesus Christ. Let me come over and say hi. Seriously, thank you so much for the support. It's insane. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I've seen your name before. Jesus Christ. No messages, 100 gift bomb. Everybody thank Steven here for the insane start to the stream. So thank you, NMG, for the gifts as well as Chesk. Thank you all so much. I will come back and properly thank all of you guys in a minute. I want to get this working. Attachments. Length is greater than 0. Then we need to not do generate. We need to do the edit flow. Image promise equal. What's the return type on this? And the API is edit. Promise equal. Nope, it's edit now. Copy paste all this. But it needs image attachments. String array or undefined. Cool. We'll dot flat map that there to. I'll just flat it, then dot filter out undefined URLs. Uploadable. Is it not taking in image URLs? Does it have to be the actual file? No, each image should be. Oh, that's so annoying. Attachments. Okay, let's just. ID for that. Yes. Okay, handling those, but I need to get these to no longer be URLs. URL. Now it's an array buffer. Oh no, it's promise.all. Aha. And now I have everything is buffers. This should just work. Fingers crossed for me. Yo, NMG with another crazy gift series. Thank you so much, guys. What? I usually have errors in my editor. It's just an import I'm not using. And this is still angry because it's expecting uploadable as the type. This file like. Oh, can I just leave it as a response? Okay. That's fun. See if that just does the thing. Fuck. Why? Invalid file image 0 unsupported MIME type octet stream. Fucking hell. Blobbing at work. What? There. Missing required param image. It's being passed. Be cool if they would like be specific about what they actually want this to return. Um, Interesting format here. OpenAI API image edit node SDK. That's great. What the fuck's that to file utility? Pass SDK upload method. Got to go to meeting 15 thinking, reacting back on the decision to block JavaScript URI cross-site scripting. It's like the only source of cross-site scripting in React after location href redirect. Someone needs to blow the horn on this thing. DM me more about that, Zem. I will definitely raise the alarm bells with the right people. I want to get this working though. Your company's making my life harder. I'm just gonna lie about the mime type. Who cares? That's not pitching anymore. Fingers crossed, chat. Fuck. Just the response. You want to see the mime type error again? Yes, I can do that. Regen. Get our error. Here's your mime type error. Supported mime type application like touchscreen, supported file or file formats are image, JPEG, image, PNG, image, WebP. Let's. Thank you. Woo! We have a winner, folks. Quality shit because I had the quality on the lowest so that we could test it faster. Let's see how it looks with the higher quality. Zem, you guys do not stream the chunk, sadly. You just stream the whole image at once. Yeah, I expect that to be changed in the future, probably with the responses API. Yeah, that came out much better that time. Yeah, we're still like hard coding dimensions and things. I think that you have to put a size. Wait, do you not? Okay, let's see what happens when I don't put a size. Yeah. Oh yeah, ping Discord. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, I even had it open already. Okay, that just picked the wrong resolution there. What resolution did that come out as, though? Let's see what the actual result is. 2.7 megs. Get info. 1024, 1536. So it is higher res. Make sure new gen still work. Generator an image. Just a corgi riding a skateboard in California. I don't need to be more specific than that. Corgi riding a skateboard. Yeah, I would expect that when the responses API is finalized for the image gen stuff, that we'll have more like partial stuff. They just put out getting the reasoning information or the summaries from 04 and 03. So I do think that OpenAI will do that. Okay, cool. These changes are good to go. Cool. I take the tags out of my tea because it's going to be fucking bitter as hell now. To everybody who always says, Theo, you should code more on stream. Do you now understand why I don't? It's not fun. The stuff I'm working on is very rarely actually like entertaining or educational. Like it's just me fighting really niche things in various SDKs constantly. Like this code base stopped being fun to work in like 3 months ago. Oh, yeah. Mark has requested that I go through and remove console logs. I'm known for just littering things with them. Are there really that many? Yeah, I think that's it. This chat finished. Cool. Cool. Done and done. There will be issues. I am sure. We can fix them as they come up. Yeah, non-trivial to fix because we get back an Octet stream. Where would I have that? Oh, we have the mime type here. It does not have a name. Okay. Image, that URL. Cool. Now, if it does have a mime type, it'll use that. Just make sure that works. That one is a JPEG. Cool. So I was passing it a JPEG, calling it a PNG, and didn't give a shit. So oh, what is the title? Oh no, I'm still doing that today, but I don't update the title as I change my topic. I'm lazy. Yeah. Okay. Image mime type. Or I don't have the image name. Is the problem? Just have the type, URL, ID, and mime type. So I don't care if I call it PNG and I give it a different mime type. I hope will OpenAI smart enough to figure that shit out for me. Okay, it did good enough. I'm happy with this. Commit. Be better about mime types. Push. Cool. Anything else? Yeah, we'll let CodeRabbit do a pass on it. Latest marked is ready for review. Let me finish getting my main browser set up. Also forgot to close my email client. Let's do that before I forget. We should probably do better about this, but we'll just wait till people are complaining. No, I cannot. I do not work at Stripe. I cannot change how credit card payments are processed. I am sorry. I know they should be synced. I'm redoing our whole sync thing. It'll be fixed soon. They're not being stored as base64. They're being stored as URLs. Otherwise, our database model would go like absolutely fucking die. I need to get the stream up on here. Let's see if I can trigger the bug that I love. If I go back and then I pick today's stream that is currently live, they fixed it. Cool. It used to like show you that this stream was offline too because it would persist the state from the previous one, which was really dumb and bad. Now I have this. I can throw it there. We can split the chats. Thank you all for coming through. Sorry for the delays with everything, by the way. It's been utter chaos. And yes, ImageGen's usually this slow, but usually it will show you things in the process, like the blurred out version. We don't have any of that, sadly, because they're not exposing it over the API yet. I honestly think they will in the near future, but they just aren't yet. What's this? Yep, thank you for that link. I do need to throw that in my Notion for this. Sources. This also needs to be labeled as priority. I use a very special setup for my mic. My degree is audio engineering. For normies, just buy the MV7 by Shure. Plug it in via USB, you'll be fine. If you have to ask about mics, that's as far as you should go. Once you've learned enough about it to like really know what you're doing, you can buy one of these for fun, but don't expect it to sound better. It's probably going to sound worse unless you put a lot of time in. This link's right. It is from Jamin. Now I need to get some other things over to where are my texts with Evan? Copy. Cool. It's getting assets over. Where is this screenshot? Recently saved. Here we are. Airdrop to myself. Cool. Drop this in here too. Thumbnail concept. Flip the reference videos example and soy face. Cool. I think I have everything I need here. Cool. How's that code review going from our friends over at Code Rabbit? Oh. Like in the models definitions? Oh, that the tab completed itself probably. Yeah, language model. Cool. So for image motion in chat stream processing. Yeah, fun for the future. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Cool. Can I merge? It is. I confirmed that a bunch earlier. I had to deal with that because we were tracking consumption in the on text generation finish, which we're not now. The only catch with how it works right now is if the image gen fails, they'll still eat a token. But I don't really know the fail conditions because I haven't used the OpenAI SDK for anything more complex than a basic text gen before. So I don't know if it's going to fail more aggressively or not. I appreciate you a lot. We're doing it, boys. Fuck it, we ball. They'll be live in the next 2 minutes as the build completes. Yeah, everybody else who shipped it today had early access. We didn't get early access. We're limited what we do and don't get early access to. They give us access to models sometimes, not much else. OpenAI has been awesome to work with, to be clear. Like, I've had no issues. All my comms with them have been awesome. They're a solid partner. I get why they wouldn't give me these things early because, like, they can't really do co-marketing without it just looking like they're advertising a product that's better than theirs. We're more in direct competition than the other people they partnered with for this. Like, they partnered with Adobe and shit. But yeah, as such, we literally did all of this today. I had a PR like half done where I got image gen mostly working with Google's models. And yeah, not using that. The issue is it was just an entirely different way of doing it. But that did remind me, I want to make sure I didn't leave a change from Google stuff in here. I did. I gotta switch that back ASAP. Check out main. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Status. Go straight to main. Cool. I should do a version bump too. Cool. Now people will see the new version. Anything else in here I didn't want to do? No, that's fine. Need better ways to track costs. So that's a problem for later. Everything else seems fine. Cool. And now we have to try it. Too many models. I should move that up in the list too. I'll go do that in a sec. Generate a corgi hacker coding at his desk. While that's happening, I'm going to go bump that higher in the list. Wait, it uses just the like list of models at the top, right? That's how it sorts, Mark? Cool, I'll put it at the top there. We will likely add quality control in the future. We just wanted to get it working. Aha. Look at that. Background looks good to me. X.com Theo. D3 chat officially supports image generation for all paid users. Images count as premium credits. So you get 100 per month. You can also buy more for It really likes to do this vertical size by default. I might go add a hard-coded size again. If you need more credits, you can buy another 100 for $8. Might have to shift pricing around in future depending on costs. We'll monitor for a few days and share it once we know. Cool. Thank you all for being patient and waiting for me to get this going. Hilarious. It looks like everybody's getting those vertical images, so I might... Wait, no, he got a square. Maybe it doesn't just do that. Cool. Let me go share this in chat. You guys are getting squares too? Cool. Because their official status page says it's degraded. We're just hitting their APIs. Default quality is auto. Annoying bug. That's fancy. I don't know how they got the like color data in early. Unless they are streaming it in from something else or they have their own image gen model. But as far as I understand, you can't get early data back from the API right now. Like when you create an image, it doesn't stream it, or it doesn't stream a response. It just returns the image when it's done. Yeah. Always make higher tier with more features. Yeah, we're figuring out what different tiers will look like. It's absolutely part of the plan. We'll get there when we get there. Cool. How we got that done so fast. Thank you all for waiting for me to do my job live so I can do my other job live. Appreciate all you guys. Let me thank everybody I missed while we were doing that. Any funding on the YouTube side? This individual, I'm not going to try and read the name. Appreciate you a ton for the sub. I remember you did that before we even started, so thank you for that. And over here, we will go through everybody I missed as we were getting started here. Geez, I've been going for a minute now. Yeah, it's been an hour since I hit the go live button. It's funny. We got Shivam with the start here. Case studies, largeapps.dev. You very much have my interest. Saving this to look at. Oh, Addy wrote this. Addy's a legend. I am very curious about this now. Take a look at that later. Thank you for sharing that, Siobhan. We got PQO here with the 6 months of sub. Appreciate that. Kafir here with the 2 months. Ashy Boyman here with 3 months. Thank you so much for the support. Ethan showing up 28 months. Fucking legend. Good to hear all the good news from you, man. Excited for you to be out here soon. We got Bray here with the 4 months. Jiraj here with the tier 3 legend for 32 months. That's insane. Thank you so much for the support. Got Cervantes here 26 months in, legend. Crazy Philip with the 5 stream streak. Oh, thank you for everybody hitting those streaks. Can't read them all because there's too many, but appreciate you all. We got Mr. Bubbles here with the almost 1 year of Prime now. Checks with the 5 bomb. Thank you again for all the gift subs. Everybody who gifted, I'll thank you all as we go, but appreciate you a ton. Great about GitHub PR creation process. Challenge accepted. You built a CLI tool. Create PR. You have a star from me for sure. Even got it on Brew. Identify current branch. Open. Oh, yes. Yes, I will definitely be playing with that later. Thank you for creating that. And thank you, Java, for the sub as well. And best of luck with the second round interview with GitHub. I'm going to, if you have the opportunity, share this clip with them. Hi, GitHub people who are interviewing our friend here. Java's been in the community forever now, and he's one of the few that actually deeply understands my frustrations with GitHub. I love GitHub, obviously, you guys know that, but I have problems. The CLI in particular, there is no excuse for the state of it, and I don't know what Java here is actually interviewing for, but if it has anything to do with the CLI, I can tell you just from seeing this CLI he just put out, that you need him to take over it right now. He's very, very deeply understanding this, built something actually useful to me, and the first thing I'm doing when the stream is done is installing this and using it for everything. You should probably hire this guy. Yeah. Cool. Do as you please with that. I will drop the link here. NMG with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the gifts. I know you did way more right after, so I'll find that in a sec. Definitely not an LLM with the 15 months of support. Legend. Jesus Christ. Lazy standard bindings with the new keyboard. Try Vim bindings. Or perhaps try NeoVim. No, not going to happen. I'm sorry. I'm not going to re-roll that one. Carlos here. We take too much money on us. Long live Wasm. Appreciate each and every dollar, man. Goes to the team. Helps us a ton. 15 months now. Steven Task here with the 100 bombs. Still no messages. If you're around, Steven, let me know what you want me to talk about so we can get on top of that. L here with the Prime. Ninja Bit with the 15 months, 20 total of support. Red Bearded Ninja with the 4 months straight. Mohawk Man with the 5 months of Prime. Krish here with the 26 months. Crazy. Yeah, I know. Feels like live coding's happening. Not much. Won't happen too much more. Then NMG here with the 76. What does that put NMG at? I don't think I can even scroll back far enough to see. Well, show me the total gifts here. Over 300, but it won't show me the total. Anytime, Jabba. Thank you for building something actually useful to me. I love that. Diffuse All is 14 months in, legend. Storm here with the 10 months, double digits, legend. I own here with 10 months as well. Viewbot with a heart, so one of my favorite usernames. Thank you for the Viewbot and the heart. 21 months in now. Soy Pete throwing a gift bomb. Xenos here throwing 5. Thank you so much for the support, guys. All the gifts are crazy today. My sub numbers, I've been to sign in a minute. We're over 1,000 again. Jesus Christ, it's been so long since we had 1,000 sub points. Thank you guys so much. G Sporto here with the 2-year mark, legend. Ethan with the tier 1 for a month. Thank you for joining us. TJR joining us here as well. GG with the Prime. HNR, we'll call you Arthur. Thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Mario Bob here with the Prime. And then Voxel here, not rerolling the Vim bindings. Okay, here's what I'll show you. What's it called? Carabiner. I'm a big Carabiner fan. This is what you'll get out of me. Nothing more, nothing less. I have on, oh, do I not rebind here anymore? Okay, function keys. Look here. Here's my current bindings. I have caps lock to hyper, Hyper plus U and O for page up, page down, and then IJKL as arrow keys. I don't like HJKL because my middle finger is long enough that it more naturally rests with the middle finger up slightly higher. So I like the fake D-pad with IJKL and caps lock. So yeah, I have my Vim bindings. Are you happy? That's really cool to hear, Alex. I'm happy that that's going well for you guys. Let me D&D my phone because I forgot. Gonna go hit record on the camera. We can get going. Offset's gonna be 1, 04, 30. End key on the left cluster, another command key. Interesting. I might try that. I don't use end much. I've been considering like rebinding end and home. Good to know others having success with that. Cool. Offset is added. You can do things. Let me switch off this profile so I don't make mistakes. Oh, damn. Cute. You are redoing my setup using... I hope you did that in T3 chat. It nailed my cup too, damn. Yeah, this is a really nice workflow. Once you start putting like shared logic between the React like native apps and web apps, you realize that the rest of the code's not that complex and like needs to be platform specific anyways. Right now, yes, we can change that in the future, but it's way easier this way. I might add like naming automatically based on like the prompt using Gemini just to make a cheap name or whatever in the future. But like this was get it out, not do it right. Well, there it's. Serial review will get bigger, maybe even bigger than React. No, I don't see the like meta of technologies changing a whole lot in the near future. Just the nature of AI tools, it's kind of enforced the way things work now. Like internet protocols changed a whole lot until the internet got popular and then it stopped. The way we built roads used to change a whole lot until cars became standard and then it stopped. AI is kind of standardizing the tools that we use. I've very vaguely heard of Skip. I haven't had any chance to look into it at all, but I like know it exists. I will make a commitment to looking into that in the near future. And yes, we'll be talking about the React Lab stuff for sure. Blog. I'm feeling pretty good about everything right now. Oh, yes. Awesome. Fuck yeah. Undo and quote. This is me, by the way. People were really hyped about the reasoning summaries too. I was so hyped about that. Perplexity had early access. They don't count. I mean, they do count. They have the feature. I get it. But at the same time, I was proud to have gotten that done as quickly as I did. I think I should probably go straight into the React Native stuff because I want to talk about it, and I'm sure people on YouTube are impatiently waiting for it. I don't know if I'm going to look through the state of AI results just because it's long and those videos don't necessarily make for great content unless I have a really, really good thing to riff on them with, and I don't there. I read through the whole thing already. It's pretty cool. The best result by far is right here. Well, more importantly, right here. 54% of AI devs watch my videos. Also, nice. T3 chat. Well, where was T3 chat? And I didn't see T3 chat anywhere in it. There's just here 6%, like 8 people put it in. Where'd you guys see T3 chat in here? Yeah, not finding it anywhere else in here. If somebody has a page that has more T3 chat numbers on it, definitely link it to me. I'm pretty friendly with the resend guys. I'm an investor, so. It was there, but green? What? It's just here. And it's 8 people wrote it in. Yeah. Anyways. I did see they doubled the O3 mini limits. Yeah, I don't think T3 chat was an option you could select during the survey, so. Whatever. Image generation's erroring out in thread breaks. If you could send the logs to the support email, we could help a lot there. Or if you share them in Discord too, that can help. Thank you. Anyways, we got to actually film shit. No, I want to have this here. Cool. Grab this link too. I almost want to rewatch the video with you guys so I can get all the core points again. I hit sub on his channel. Okay. Feeling pretty good. I think I know the angle I want to go with this. I think during recording, we'll watch the whole video and then I'll just like find spots throughout and I'll say like, face, start and stop here as we go from point to point. Yeah. Choppity chop time. Let me have a huge swig of water, then we get started. Can I say something about capacitor? I have no interest in a general account system because our products are different enough. I don't expect users to like share their account between them. It also makes it easier for any given product to be like shut down or moved other places in the future too. Capacitor app to React Native, and we're stealing their code integrating into our new React Native code base. Awesome. There's a couple things like this he missed. I would say there's no one glaring error so much as a bunch of smaller things. And they all add up in a really rough way. But the video is super well presented. For this to be a person's like third ever video is like, he's going to do well. And I want to make sure I compliment the work that he did. You wait for us to add projects to T3 chat. We'll get there soon. React Native for Windows is really good if you really want native Windows integrations. Like if you're building it into an existing UWP app or something, RN for Windows is really good. Microsoft themselves use it for a bunch of stuff. But as like the default thing to build a desktop app, ugh. I'm an Electron defender. I'll admit it. So my issue here, this is actually the biggest problem I have, is that he investigated, but he did very shallow investigation just to confirm his thoughts rather than actually trying to figure out the answer to things. Thoughts on Flutter versus React Native? Oh man, you have no idea. Search Flutter Theo and you'll find a lot of fun things, I am sure. Dia is on Nari. Interesting, because Dia is also a browser. I have seen this before, though. I will save it to look more into later. Let me thank any subs I missed while we're doing all that, then we're going to get started. Thank you, Mitsumi, here for the Prime, Hen with the Prime, and Mixon with the Tier 1. Thank you all for the support. Oof. Yeah. To be fair, every Dia or every capacitor code base I've seen has been such a disaster. Escalator open, so I have a feeling we'll need it. Cool. I increasingly want an Excalibur desktop app, just so I have something I command type to that's always in memory. Might make my own wrapper or something later. Problem for another time. I want to get this video going. Let's do it. And thank you to everybody who's watching on YouTube as well. Sorry for all of the delays as we are in total chaos. We're holding strong at that 690 views. It's been like a flat line. Ooh. Powered by Pure Swift UI. How does that work for a web app? Whatever. You got my star. I'll take a look at this later too. Anyways. Why do you guys keep linking me shit? I'll take a look in a bit. Thank you guys. Let's do this. Locked to a codebase says an npm doesn't see a specific commit hash. Oh god. Let's do it. How's my hair? Fine. Cool. I'm happy. I think I look okay. Let's do it. Straight to it. React Native is I'm often surprised at just how popular React Native has gotten, even if other people are... I need to be honest with you guys. I don't want to put this intro. I'm regularly surprised with just how popular React Native has gotten. Why am I talking about this right now, though? Well, when I was out on my trip to React Miami, a video came out, a very interesting video about how React Native isn't as popular as you might think. This is created by Tastemaker Design. It's his third ever video, and considering how new he is to YouTube, he did a phenomenal job. I'm genuinely impressed, and he brings up some really important things in this video, a surprising number of which I agree on. But there are a couple fundamental flaws in the things he researched and the way he presents them that I feel like I have to call out. I really hate doing a response like this to a smaller YouTuber. I'm going to go out of my way to make sure all of you go watch the original, because there's a lot of good information there, and it's good to get different perspectives from different developers. But just know, not everything in this video is 100% accurate, and there are more layers of depth to these things that are worth considering. But that's why you're here. Instead of watching a 9-minute long video from a new creator, you're watching, this is going to be an hour, I have a feeling. Yeah. We have a lot to talk about here, from how these big companies actually use React Native to the popularity of the tools across the entire ecosystem. I have contacted a ton of people from both inside and outside of the React Native world. I even scraped the App Store with a friend in order to get the most up-to-date, realistic data we possibly can for this. But nobody's paying me for any of that time, so we need to get a quick word in from today's sponsor so I can make sure the team gets fed, and then we'll go straight to it. Cool. If you haven't already watched this video, again, I highly recommend you go watch the original first. Rather than just play the whole thing with me reacting throughout, rather than just me playing the whole thing reacting throughout, I'm going to take clips of the parts that I think are most important for us to discuss and then go dive into those. So if you feel like you're missing context, it's because you are. Watch the original. Anyways. And on stream, we'll be watching the whole thing. So, yeah.
I recently encountered this Reddit post from 2023 that links an article about how Walmart and Skype use React Native for their apps. One of the commenters claims to have worked at Walmart and talks about his experience working on the mobile app, as well.
Actually, I'm trying to find the right, starting point here. Yeah. Not even going to bother with a clip for this first part. Just know I totally agree with the starting section here. It's absurd how much just slop content there is about React Native good, why everyone is using it. I agree. It's all slop. I hate that these posts exist and that they misunderstand things as much as they do. There's a point where I start to disagree, though. Let's play to that point.
Skype together, so I suspect one of these AI articles is plagiarizing the other. Finally, the React Native showcase, hosted by Meta Open Source, clearly states that Walmart uses React Native for iOS and Android. The only problem is, the Walmart app doesn't use React Native. What's going on here? First, I should explain how to know when an app is built using React Native. When an iPhone app is compiled, the output is an IPA file. In reality, this is a zip file, so you can unzip it to reveal the document.
Sorry to run for a sec. This is the first clip. So phase cut to here.
React Native showcase, hosted by Meta Open Source, mentioned articles is plagiarizing the other. Finally, the React.
Okay, cut to the finally. It might be better for you, Face, to just download the original and play this clip with like a frame around it so it's clearly referencing the original. You get the idea.
React Native showcase, hosted by Meta Open Source, clearly states that Walmart uses React Native for iOS and Android. The only problem is, the Walmart app doesn't use React Native. What's going on here? First.
Okay, and here is where the disagreements start. I will first and foremost say the current state of the showcase for React Native on like the React Native docs, it's not great. It's not very up to date. It's somewhat misleading, and I don't like that they link to individual apps, especially when the whole app might not be in React Native. But there are some nuances here that we need to understand. Okay. Nuance one is that first nuance is the distinction between the whole app being React Native versus part of the app being React Native. React Native integrates with native apps. So a lot of this video, we'll get to this multiple points throughout, seems to imply that an app has to be entirely React Native or not at all React Native, despite the fact that the React Native project was started as a way to integrate things into existing native apps. The point was that if you had a team that needed to be able to update things more quickly or didn't have mobile devs that wanted to embed a simple UI into an existing application, like, the ads UI in the mobile apps for Facebook, the React Native would allow for the ads team to have a simple integration layer that works very similar to what they're used to on web that they can embed into different platforms like mobile without having to hire a bunch of iOS and Android engineers just to do that one thing. Companies like Facebook have more and more so been focused on vertically slicing their teams. So instead of having a back-end team and a front-end team at your big company, you would have a ads team or a feed team or a messages team that own the back-end, the front-end, the UI design, and all of the different pieces. And React Native makes it way easier for vertical slicing simply because you can have a smaller front-end section that has more control over the different platforms. That doesn't mean Facebook doesn't have an iOS team, but they're a platforms team that's trying to make it so all the different people building with all their different stuff can throw it into the same Facebook app and have it all work together. The other nuance here is that React Native is, how do I want to word this? Another nuance here is that companies have multiple apps. While it is definitely misleading to say a company is using React Native when their main app isn't. In particular, I think the Skype case is relatively brutal here, where it says Skype uses React Native, but as far as I know, the native Skype app on iOS and Android doesn't. So I get why they would be upset about that. Definitely seems misleading. What you have to realize is these companies are building a lot of things for a lot of platforms, and React Native has benefited them all greatly. No one's trying to intentionally mislead when they include Skype or Microsoft in the list of companies using React Native. They're putting that there because they have friends who work there on React Native stuff. The most egregious case of this is Amazon, which we'll get to in a little bit, but know that this is a very important thing to consider. So I need to check a thing quick. Let me check my doc from Jamin here. Yeah. The Walmart example, I admit, is particularly brutal, especially if the docs link to the Walmart app on iOS, because as far as I know, it does not use React Native. That doesn't mean they don't, though. They are currently actively hiring for a ton of different React Native positions. So I don't know why they'd be hiring for this if they weren't using it. It is Jamin's understanding that they are using it for things like their internal global integrated fulfillment app and stuff like that. Companies like Walmart love building small, specific tools as mobile apps because so many of these companies have people working on the ground. Previously, they'd have these crazy, chaotic PDA systems that I used to work retail at Staples. I'm way too familiar with all this stuff. It sucks. Most of these companies have moved over to using iPhones and iPads as their method of on-the-floor employees doing things like scanning a code on a shelf before they put the thing in a box, or trying to do shrinkage tracking and figuring out where items are in their stores, or just managing the fleet of drivers, or managing your own routes as with an iPad mounted in your car. Just all these types of things. At the scale of Walmart, you build custom software to solve these problems, and React Native made it way easier for these companies to do that. Walmart's not just hiring React Native engineers to let them sit and do nothing. To say Walmart isn't using React Native because you couldn't find the little file you're looking for in their main app is just blatantly misleading, as much so, if not more so, than what we're accusing the React Native docs of doing there. Should they have linked the official iOS app? No. But can you now say that Walmart doesn't use React Native simply because they don't use it in their main app? Absolutely not. Why would they be hiring these people otherwise? Let's go back to the video and figure out where the next spot is.
I should explain how to know when an app is built using React Native. It will include the Hermes framework.
This whole part's solid.
Native apps, meaning we'll have to quickly search all files for strings like React Native. But after looking through dozens of apps, I can confidently... There are other weird quirks that I don't have time to fully explain. But after looking through dozens of apps, I can confidently state that the Walmart app uses a combination of SwiftUI and UIKit. But what about the Android version of the app? Maybe the Walmart app only uses React Native for Android and not iOS. Android apps are stored as APK files on the device. These too are simply zip files, but the contents are encoded in a binary format that normally isn't human readable. Using a tool to further confirm this, I downloaded an old version of the app from 2018 from Walmart. Could it be wrong about other apps? The problems begin in the first section, with the Meta apps. By the way, if you didn't know, Meta is the company that created React Native. The first link they show, the Facebook iOS app, is not built with React Native.
Okay, phase cut to here. This next section is where things start to really fall apart. And I'll be honest, before we even start it, I have a bias here that I talk with a lot of the people who work on React Native directly and build with it at Meta. So I have inside info not everybody has. So I get how you could see this page is misleading, but you should ask questions before confidently making this content. This part has a lot of errors. Let's just go through it.
The first link they show, the Facebook iOS app, is not built with React Native. This isn't even...
Again, we need to explain this key first part. React Native integrates with native apps. The way that Facebook uses React Native isn't as the root for the whole experience on the app. That's not realistic with the amount of effort that's gone into this app. Like, the Facebook app is one of the biggest, most complex code bases in the world. The goal of adding React Native was to reduce complexity in certain areas that needed to move faster, that didn't need to benefit from having a dedicated native team working on it. And there are a handful of things in the Facebook app that are entirely built in React Native. The biggest one by far is marketplaces, or marketplace. The biggest by far is marketplace on the Facebook app. The entire marketplace section on both the iOS and Android apps was built with React Native. And that's one of the biggest products that Facebook has right now. Marketplace is one of the only reasons I personally open Facebook. And the marketplace experience on mobile is great. One of the reasons why you don't know the Facebook apps using React Native is because the marketplace works really well. You can't tell when you hop between the different sections because React Native is native. It feels great. Obviously, they have a huge benefit of being the company that makes React Native, so if they do something wrong, they can nudge the team, have them come in and help, and all of that. I'm not saying everyone can make a React Native experience as good as Facebook can, but just because it's good doesn't mean it's not React Native.
And some big secret, Facebook literally says it in one of their engineering blog posts. They use another framework they developed called Component Kit.
Component kit is the higher level structuring they use for the apps, but components in component kit can be React Native. Component kit was the higher level change they made in order to allow for different teams to pick different technologies. And a lot of those teams pick weird stuff. One of my personal favorites is Project Lightspeed. I'm going to ask chat quick. What do you think the Facebook Messenger app is written in? If you know, don't stop. People already are saying it. Yeah. Someone got to it before I could even start. Fun fact, no worries at all. You did your thing, Zico. Thank you for being you. Project Lightspeed was a project at Facebook to rewrite the entire Messenger code base primarily through using SQLite, because SQLite was a really performant cross-platform layer they could use to control the app. They use the native OS wherever possible, reusing the UI with dynamic templates powered by SQLite, using SQLite as a universal system and building a server broker to operate as a universal gateway between Messenger and its server features. You know how hilarious that is? That they are powering the UI and the templating through SQLite. They try chaotic stuff at Facebook, and the architecture of the apps isn't to bet all in on React Native. It's to allow the flexibility to try different things in different places. But we're talking about a company that for one of its most important apps ships a literal SQL migration to update your UI. Like, this is kind of chaotic.
It may be React inspired in its design, but it doesn't use JavaScript like React Native. To be clear,
okay, here is the most egregious thing that he says about it, though. I wouldn't be so harsh on this point, but the next thing he says is really, really, really wrong, so I have to call it out.
Script like React Native.
It's the React Native for Web section. It's about to start with this transition phase.
To be clear, the Facebook app might be using React Native in some indirect way, like embedding a React Native web application in a web view for a subset of the pages. What the showcase implies.
Okay. I might be wrong on this, and if I am, a meta engineer will contact me and I will pin it. It'll comment on the top of the video here. Meta does not use RN for web anywhere. React Native for web is a chaotic project that is incredibly hard for me to recommend. React Native for web is also something I've never seen anyone use on mobile at any point for any reason. Do I have to do like the top level, like what makes React special thing? I'm going to do it quick. I'm going to go as fast as I can blasting through like how React works. So if I have a React app and it's something like app, body, div, sup, nerds. Don't forget to sub. Only 50% of you are subbed. Sub to, oh god, that was that. Sub to Tastemaker as well. Cool. Hopefully this code all makes sense to everybody. We have an app, it has a body, and it has a div. We could split it a little more, so I'll put like a button, hi, button. Cool. Very complex code we have here. If we were to architect this as a tree, I'll use squares. We'd have app at the top here. App has one child, which is body. And then body has two children. It has that div, and it has the button. This all hopefully makes sense to you guys. If you've been around a while, you can see how this JSX HTML-like tree becomes this actual node graph on the side. App's the root, it has body as a child, Body has div and button as its children. These can have their own children too. You get the idea. But what's the HTML that comes out of this? Well, HTML in this case is going to be very similar because app doesn't exist. It's just a JSX abstraction. Here's the actual DOM content when this is all done. If you were to put like an inline function or whatever there, you can understand how that would all work. But the way that this becomes that is a couple part process. So you write this JSX code. It then becomes this tree here. We'll call this the virtual DOM. That's what it is. This is the VDOM. And then the VDOM puts out the actual graph of what the real page content is. Technically, what it does is it maps this to a node tree of its own that is what should actually be on the page, and then turns that into the HTML content. So we have our JSX code. It creates the VDOM with all the nodes. It then calculates what the real DOM will look like as a result of that, and then it applies that to the UI. And then when a change happens, it checks to see what changed in the VDOM, and then it only applies the changes to the corresponding elements. What's really cool about React Native is that you can draw a line here and change what turns this virtual DOM into real elements. React Native is a different translation layer here. Instead of translating from a virtual DOM to traditional HTML, it will translate from a virtual DOM to something else. That's the native part of React Native. It can be whatever you want. By default, they support iOS and Android native applications. So instead of having body, div, and button, you would have text opacity or view, like the different React Native elements. Each of those is bound to a native primitive in the native OS code so that you can render a native tab bar, a native touchable, all these native elements that you would expect from these platforms. React Native for Web is re-implementing the traditional virtual DOM to React DOM with React Native primitives instead. It's an additional layer that isn't necessary, but if you want to use React Native code on native and on web with just one code base, RN for Web is pretty cool. The reason RN for Web is its own crazy complex story. I talk about a lot of videos. I don't have one dedicated to it. But RN for Web was originally built by Twitter because the lead engineer running web wanted to restrict what access the devs had to different DOM primitives. They didn't want the devs to have access to all the different elements, all the different styles, and all the different things you can do in the browser. And they built RN for Web as a way to abstract just the parts they wanted the devs to have access to. It's intentionally a limited set of web primitives through React Native. You need a really good reason to use React Native for Web, and Facebook isn't doing that. Facebook is using React Native for different parts of the native app. And I think this is the fundamental confusion that exists throughout this video that Tastemaker did. Apps can use React Native for some things. They can use Cordova and all these other web tools for other things, and they can use Native and Jetpack and all the fancy cool tools for other parts too. Just because an app isn't using React Native for its initial load doesn't mean it's not using React Native, and it doesn't mean they don't have more React Native engineers than traditional native engineers working on it. But the point of this here is to showcase the difference between React Native and React Web and React Native for Web. You're effectively doing one additional translation to get it into the DOM when you use RN for Web. So yeah. To once again agree, though, they should be more specific in the showcase here about how they're using. To once again agree with Tastemaker, though, they should be way more specific about how they are using React Native in these things. If we are betting on React Native because we trust Facebook because they use it there, they should tell us a little more about how they use it. They do in things like React Conf, but they don't in these docs. So if you're an external person who's not part of the React community, you haven't seen these talks. You haven't had conversations with these people. You don't know that. And the docs are not doing a good enough job explaining that to people.
The majority of the app is built with React Native, which is simply not true. Next up, are the Facebook and Instagram MetaQuest apps.
Speaking of Meta, we have to talk about the MetaQuest stuff. Phase cut to him saying that we're going to do the MetaQuest thing next.
Next up are the Facebook and Instagram MetaQuest apps. I didn't actually check whether these use React Native, but I wanted to include them because of their uniquely abysmal ratings in the MetaQuest store.
Okay, I have too much to say on this one. Yeah. Also, Phase cut my intro to that. Just go straight to the clip of him saying next up, because I think he does a good transition there for us. Yeah. We need to talk about the MetaQuest. If you're somehow not familiar, the MetaQuest is a VR headset that was originally by Oculus, a company that Meta acquired, and now it is the MetaQuest instead. They've mostly killed the Oculus branding. The Quest is a very, very good headset. I'm a VR nerd. I'll admit to that. I am what I am. I'm sorry. I love VR. I actually still like my Vision Pro, as cringe as it might be and as absurdly expensive as it is. The Oculus series has always broken my brain in terms of what it's capable of. I've seen things I could never have imagined before inside of Oculus. And I want to give credit where it's due to that. The MetaQuest team works really hard to make groundbreaking experiences. And the reason for that isn't because they're making a bunch of money on VR. I think they've realized that ship sailed long ago. They seem to genuinely love it. It's pretty obvious that Zuck has some weird obsession with VR AR stuff. Not like I'm going to take over the world with it obsession, but just genuinely cares too much about it. Like I see a excitement in him when he talks about it that he only has in certain things. The reason we're talking about Quest is because a significant portion of the Quest experience is built in React Native. There is so much React Native in the Quest. It's actually insane. From the actual platform for building 3D Quest first experiences, which is a desktop app they built in React Native, to the shop in the entirety of the UI for it, all React Native, a bunch of different apps in the App Store for Quest, React Native. The settings page, if I recall, is React Native. A ton of the UI and OS level stuff is React Native. They use React Native a ton for Quest. And a huge part of why they've been so focused on performance for React Native has been to make the Quest experience better. And the results are pretty damn cool. I've been really impressed both with the experience developing for Quest with React Native and the experience in these apps. I know that the reviews for the Instagram and Facebook app for Quest are bad. Yeah, 99 reviews on the app. Who's going to be more motivated to leave a review on a half-completed app for Quest? Someone who's really excited it can exist, or somebody who's frustrated it doesn't do all the niche things they specifically want it to do? I hate to do the I hate to pull the popularity card, but you'll learn this quick, Tastemaker. Most comments are inherently negative because negativity pushes you through the boundary of no contact much faster than positivity. It takes a much stronger positive feeling for somebody to be urged to leave a comment. It takes a very small negative feeling for most people to bother doing it. So that's the main reason the reviews are so bad. It's also because, to be frank, the apps don't have all the features people are expecting. That doesn't mean they're bad. In fact, my experience with these apps was very different because when I was talking with the React Native team about the Quest and all the work they were doing, they didn't beg, but they were very close to it to try and get me to go try the Facebook and Instagram apps because they were so proud of them. They were genuinely so hyped on what they had built with these apps. And it was very small teams under a very small timeline trying to re-implement from scratch these huge chaotic experiences. Like the amount of engineering work that went into the entirety of Facebook is hard to fathom. The number of features, the chaos of their API, the fact that a small team could get together a mostly working version of it as quickly as they did, and it feels awesome to use. It's super fast and snappy. The UI is stunning. It's just missing a bunch of features. And it crashes sometimes when you go to a comment thread that's using one of the features they haven't implemented yet. It's also clear they haven't seen much usage of these apps, so they are divesting from them. They're not putting a lot of time into them because they have not gotten the popularity or the sentiment they were hoping for. But they are well-built apps, and I think they are good showcases of what React Native can do in weird environments. Because again, React Native renders natively. The React Native Facebook app isn't some web UI. The React Native Facebook app for Quest is using native Quest primitives. It's really, really cool. It's genuinely so cool. And like seeing the 3D experience when you're going through Facebook and like going to an album and having the photos layered, it felt awesome. And the fact they did that all in React Native is genuinely hype. Oh shit, Evan Bacon's in chat. We'll be getting to your numbers in just a bit. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, what's next? Amazon? I think Amazon's next will be fun.
Scrolling down to the Amazon section, we see more problems with the showcase. When you follow the Amazon App Store link, it tells you that the Amazon App Store is about to be discontinued on Android. Next we have...
Okay, it's funny linking to something that's about to be discontinued. That was a good dig. The rest we have more to say about, though.
We have the Amazon Kindle app. This one's a little tricky. There are references to React Native in the Android app, but only as related to com/amazon/identity/auth. However, there are 20,000 references to Android X/Compose, which indicates the use of the Jetpack Compose UI framework. My guess is that the Kindle app uses React Native for a login screen, but
and now we have to go back to the core points from the list. Once again, I need to remind you guys, React Native integrates with native apps. You can build something with Jetpack Compose and have a bunch of React Native views. You can even make an app that's entirely React Native, but uses Jetpack Compose as its build pipeline. Totally fine. People do that for really cool stuff. And companies have multiple apps. This part hurt me particularly deeply because of the depth of Amazon's investment into React Native. The only way you could think that Amazon isn't using React Native is if you pay no attention to what's going on in React Native. I always forget that you guys know it. Yeah. Tastemaker brings up Hermes, the JavaScript runtime, much earlier in the video, but what he never brings up is static Hermes. Static Hermes is an attempt to rethink how JavaScript becomes code that runs on your phone by recompiling your type-safe JS code, either through Flow or TypeScript, to assembly. Not to Rust, not to C, to straight assembly in order to make insanely fast stuff. And this presentation on static Hermes was from Svetan, who works at Meta, but a significant portion of the investment in this project has been coming from Amazon. I'm sure I can find in here. Let me go through the transcript to find it.
We also want to thank our partner in this, Amazon, for adding TypeScript support to static Hermes, because internally we added Flow support.
So Meta made this work with Flow. Amazon came in and added TypeScript support to a JS to assembly compiler. Do you understand the size of that lift? Do you think they're doing it for fun? No, they're doing this because they're investing heavily in React Native and they want it to become the default for more and more stuff No, they're doing this because they want React Native to be so good that they can default to it for everything. And they are already using it for a ton of different things.
Amazon uses React Native in many of its apps, and it has been supporting us in growing React Native over the past few years.
You can cut him saying that, although it is good. I want to go through the list I have here instead. Yeah. So I hate GitHub not new tabbing on their links ever. Infinite Red, which is a company that is cited in this video, is a React Native expertise consulting group that I have worked with. They sponsored me in the past. They still sponsor videos here and there. So account for biases there. Jamin's a good friend of mine. He was a friend for years before I was ever officially affiliated with them. He's invited me to keynote events. I have been hanging out with him and the crew at Infinite Red forever, and I've had plenty of disagreements with them. I was really on the Expo side when initially there was Ignite versus Expo, and since then Infinite Reds went all in on the Expo stuff too. But yeah, I do not always agree with Infinite Red, but yeah, I love these guys dearly. I trust them super closely. It's heartbreaking to see them accused as like the sponsor paying to bias me when they're one of the sponsors I am the closest of friends with. Like, those guys are homies. I would talk about them without the sponsorship. They are almost doing us a favor at the channel by sponsoring us. The reason I bring all of them up is because Infinite Red hosts a conference in Portland called Chain React. It's the biggest US React Native conference. And when they did this conference last year, they had motorcycles. One sec. The reason I'm bringing this conference up is because Jamin hosted a panel at it last year that included a bunch of very important people, one of which is an Amazon employee. And they talk all about the different places that they are using React Native at Amazon, as well as Chiara from Microsoft, who's, again, talking about the places they're using it, Microsoft. This is an awesome crew of people sharing very useful insights about how React Native is being used at different places. And just there, let me actually get the timestamp here. I'll let Chris from Amazon say how they're using React Native. That's fine. The timestamp doesn't need to work. Why would it?
See Amazon's kind of progression as time has gone on. So can you tell me, what does Amazon use React Native for?
For sure. So similar. We were working with Eli to update the showcase for React Native's the docs for the website. Like, and the question was like, how many different projects at Amazon use React Native? So I started first going through like our code repos, and then I started talking to some different teams and realized like independently, all these different consumer product lines across the company have been using React Native for years. So first off, you obviously have the shopping app. Like, there's aspects of the shopping app that are native, and there's many, many views inside the shopping app that are fully React Native. Then we saw some interesting use cases, like for sure, like Amazon Music, Amazon Photos, like those experiences across iOS and Android, those are React Native. But then you start walking into some of the wild uses of React Native. So Kindle, like if you use Kindle, like how many has the e-ink device? Yeah, so that's an implementation of React Native straight on top of C. And so, like, I think the more that I dug in, my mind was blown of like, you know, here we are thinking, oh, we're really, you know, in App Store and devices, we're starting to, you know, ramp up into React Native because of demand. And you're like, no, this has been since 2017, 2016. Like, it's been used throughout all these different groups, and we just weren't all talking. So it's been pretty fun to have, like, we have this React Native interest group internally, like 600 plus engineers all trying to share modules, like projects we're working on. It's pretty wild. There's a lot more projects than just the ones I mentioned, but
yeah, FaZe, cut that down. Also, rip the video and crop to him and bump the volume because it's really quiet. You trust you can figure it out. I don't feel bad telling you to download random things now because you finally have good fucking internet. So, yeah. Did you guys hear that? Not only are they using React Native all over the company, not only do they have a 600 plus engineer interest group working to make React Native more common, not only are they independently picking React Native different places throughout the company, because Amazon's really big on like letting different teams pick their own stack, they built their own React Native rendering engine for raw C for the Kindle e-ink display devices. What? But they're not using it in the store app. Yet they are using it in the store app, but they're also building their own rendering engines for React Native for different platforms because they like it that much. And the reason that Kindle is listed there's the original. Yeah. Let's go back. The reason Kindle is listed here isn't because they are lying about it. It's there because the engineers at Amazon asked for it to be, because the Kindle itself is using React Native. I think that's super cool. And to Yeah, no, like they are heavily using it. Would it be nice if they gave more info on this page? Yes, absolutely. Would it be nice if they at least linked to that stream, to that recording? Yeah. But one of the accusations that is levied in this video is that this whole page is biased because Infinite Red made it. How would it look if they linked to their own YouTube channel as the source for something? It's a tough balance, and I think this page is not in a great state. But it's really hard to find the balance for things like that. Like, how much do you explain without being overwhelming or annoying? How much can you explain without violating different agreements with other companies? Like, it's a hard balance to do something like this. Like, how cool is Amazon with you advertising your framework using their tools? That is no longer just you clear somebody to go give a talk. That's now a marketing back and forth that takes months to resolve. Okay. I think that's enough on the Amazon section. Is there more here? Yeah, let's keep going through the original vid.
Compose UI framework. My guess is that the Kindle app uses React Native for a login screen, but the rest of the app is built with Jetpack Compose. Finally, scrolling down to the users showcase, we have more apps that don't actually use React Native. Pinterest used React Native in 2018, but at some point they switched over to Jetpack Compose. Tencent QQ doesn't appear to have used React Native even back in 2018, but in any case, they are currently using Flutter. Walmart, as previously mentioned, switched from React Native to native code at some point. Words with Friends 2 used React Native in 2018, but currently is using the Unity game engine. This section of the showcase also includes a few broken links as well. Both links for the Call of Duty companion app are broken, because the app doesn't exist anymore. And LendMN, Gyroscope, and Baidu all have broken Android links because they aren't offered on the Play Store anymore, although the iPhone apps definitely do use React Native. At this point, you might be questioning the value of going through the React Native showcase, since it's all anecdotal evidence about the popularity of React Native. I think there are two key takeaways from what we've seen here. The first takeaway is that there are corporate interests involved in the marketing of mobile app frameworks. Although the React Native Showcase website is hosted by Meta, the actual list of apps is maintained by a company called Infinite Red, a React Native consulting company you may have encountered on YouTube at some point. Consulting companies are extremely prevalent in the mobile app space, with React Native and Flutter consultants constantly writing puff pieces about their respective frameworks. The second takeaway is that you
I'm trying to find the right way to include this section. I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't even know how to include this section because it's full of a lot of reaches. We're just going to go through it piece by piece rather than like play the clip and talk. I'm just going to go through it with you guys. First, he says like all these apps aren't using React Native. Hard to verify for any given one of them, but I'll take his word for it. This list is not great. I agree there. They're overhauling it as we speak.
React Native. At this point, you might be questioning the value of going through the React Native showcase, since it's all anecdotal evidence about the popularity of React Native.
I have a lot to respond to there, but we're going to skip that for a sec because I have something else I can use instead that is a lot less anecdotal. Did I put the screenshot in here? I did. Cool. For those who aren't familiar with X.com, Evan Bacon. Oh, it's Bacon Bricks. I always forget that's his handle. Here we are. This next part is largely thanks to Bacon Bricks, Evan Bacon. If you're not already familiar with him, he's a legend over at the Expo team who has been a wizard in everything from Lego to React to now React Native especially. For a while now, he's actually hanging out in chat, answering questions. Incredibly helpful human being. One of the best justifications of using React Native is that Evan Bacon is somebody who can now help you out on stuff, like legitimately. His knowledge of weird niche build stuff on iOS and Android, combined with his knowledge of crazy React performance stuff, he knows what he's talking about. One of the many crazy things he has done is he built a tool to automate the process of reverse engineering bundles, similar to what the video that we just watched was doing. Rather than manually downloading each one and trying to grab a given like file name in your decompiled binary, he automated it for the top 100 apps of every single category on the App Store. He runs a check every couple weeks to see what the trends are in the marketplace. And here is his most recent run. Apparently, Apple made a change that's making it hard again. I'm sure I'll have it fixed soon. But this run was on March 21st, so just about a month ago. The sports category, of the top 100 apps, 29 of them were using React Native, one less than before. Of the shopping category, 28 of them were using React Native. Entertainment, 26. Food, 26. Business, 24. Medical, 24. This is all out of 100. So in these very prominent categories, about a fourth, give or take, are using React Native. And you'll notice most of this is green because more and more new apps that are getting into these top hundreds are React Native, because the React Native teams historically can move much faster, ship updates quicker, and build into a hype machine more effectively. There are exceptions, like 2 React Native apps fell out of the food category, but then you have a huge one like the Burger King app, which is largely React Native. We also see Indeed job search here, which is a very important piece we'll be referencing in a second. Hopefully this helps emphasize the point I'm trying to drive here, which is React Native is actually quite popular. It isn't popular in things like games, because games shouldn't be built in React Native. The same way apps should be built in Flutter, because Flutter is a game engine. Games should be built in React Native, because React Native is an app engine. Yeah. Apparently, Indeed is migrating towards React Native. They're not entirely React Native just yet. Dice would disagree. Oh, Dice. Okay, people are missing the Flutter's a game engine joke, and I don't care enough to explain it. Just, if you don't know how Flutter works, go look into it. It's not using native anything at all. Or if you really want to see it, just scroll through an app with 2 fingers. Then you'll notice how Flutter works. They built their own everything. Yeah. This is a really good call out from Checkskier. It's also worth noting that we're talking about public apps right now, publicly available things you go download from the App Store, not private apps for businesses, things that aren't released in the App Store, things that are distributed through TestFlight and other distribution methods. Those are disproportionately React Native, which is something we cannot see in any of these charts. Where we can see this is Indeed job listings. I want to find Jamin's post about all this. Yeah. So I know a lot of people are picking frameworks, not necessarily based on how many installs they get. Rather, they're picking them based on the popularity of hiring for those. So if your goal is to get a job in one of the options, React Native seems to be one of your best bets here, because according to Indeed, there are over 300 jobs open right now for React Native versus Swift UI with 25 and Jetpack Compose with around 25 as well. So yeah, we could look at all sorts of other numbers and theorize all we want, but React Native is very popular. Even if, as we see in this video coming up, you make the right subset and it looks like Jetpack Compose is really famous. Before we can get there, there's one other part here I want to respond to, which is about Infinite Red.
I think there are 2 key takeaways from what we've seen here. The first takeaway is that there are corporate interests involved in the marketing of mobile app frameworks. Although the React Native Showcase website is hosted by Meta, the actual list of apps is maintained by a company called Infinite Red, a React Native consulting company you may have encountered on YouTube at some point. Consulting companies are extremely prevalent in the mobile app space.
Yes, they are, because mobile apps are hard to build and it requires a team of specialized people to get it right. And React Native is one of the better tools for these specialized developers to help teams be able to maintain a quality app without requiring a bunch of native engineers to work for them. The next part here is what really frustrates me, though.
With React Native and Flutter consultants constantly writing puff pieces about their respective frameworks.
what's going on here? The puff pieces being cited here are React Native Radio, which is Jamin's podcast where he talks to other React Native devs about React Native stuff. That's a podcast where he talks about the thing he's interested in. It's not pretending React Native is huge. The examples here, it's Static Hermes, which we just talked about, the JavaScript compiler that benefits people well outside of the React ecosystem. He talks with a company that migrated to Expo from not using Expo with React Native. None of this is a puff piece. This is like real deep in the weeds discussion about how React Native is used. I don't know how you could frame it that way. I can see how you'd frame the things on the right this way with Baseflow, because they did puff pieces on Flutter, but that is Flutter, not React Native. And as you might see from the screenshot here, all of those posts are from 2023 or older. The puff pieces problem is real. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that all the weird, crappy dev.to posts that were AI generated about how popular React Native is are good. They're not. They're terrible. But you cannot accuse the consultancies that are betting their businesses' livelihoods on React Native because they see very clearly how it benefits the companies they work with. I know it's a crazy thing to say, but maybe the people who worked in other technologies and said, no, React Native is the one that makes the most sense for our clients. We're going to throw away our huge history with Elixir, a language that I deeply love and care about, which is what Infinite Red originally started doing. They were an Elixir consultancy that moved to React Native because they saw more success with their customers with it. Also, on the topic of hiring, if you're really interested in these things, Expo, Evan Bacon and crew, they're currently hiring for ES Build, Expo Router, and the Expo Web experience because React Native is doing so well and growing so fast. Speaking of which, Evan, have you seen this video? Because there's a part coming up that you're going to fucking hate. We'll get there in a sec. It's the NPM download section, but let's keep blasting through this.
The second takeaway is that you should look carefully at what companies do rather than what they say. Out of the 76 apps on my iPhone, not including the first-party Apple apps bundled with the operating system, only 7 of them use React Native. All of the apps with initial release dates after 2020 use native code. Moving away from my phone, the newest AI apps, including Copilot,
Okay. You don't have to play the audio that came up here. I just need to call out this chart and how misleading it is. UIKit and SwiftUI shouldn't be grouped together. They're very different. And there's a lot of hand-wavy acting as though SwiftUI is more popular than it is throughout it. We're about to get to another section of that in a second.
Phone. The newest AI apps, including Copilot, Perplexity, ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, Gemini, and Grok, are all built with native code.
This makes a lot of sense when you realize how these things tend to happen at the big companies that are doing a lot of these. Oh, we need a mobile app. We should hire a mobile team to build our mobile app. That's how these happen. That's not how the real world works. It is very rare that this happens. And also, you'll see this is a very small subset. SwiftUI is less than 1/10 the popularity of React Native right now. I almost feel insane that this video is about pretending React Native is more popular than it is when you are picking an arbitrary category to showcase how SwiftUI is more popular than it is. SwiftUI is not that popular at all.
And almost exclusively use SwiftUI and Jetpack Compose. You might not think it, but SwiftUI and Jetpack Compose are actually relatively recent frameworks. Although the Swift programming language was released in 2014, SwiftUI was released in 2019. And although the Kotlin programming language...
I think this actually needs to be in this.
Or Google, but they don't... Report from Statista that shows mobile app framework adoption, but it only programming language.
Okay. Speaking of numbers, I take a couple issues with this next section too.
Although the Swift programming language was released in 2014, language explains why large could confirm developers seem to be shifting away from cross-platform frameworks. Ideally,
it's this part here is what I'm talking about, Face.
We could confirm this trend with official framework adoption statistics from Apple or Google, but they don't release anything like that. There's this report from Statista that shows mobile app framework adoption, but it only considers cross-platform frameworks and not native ones. We could also look at the Stack Overflow 2024 Developer Survey, which includes this beautiful chart showing overlapping developer interest for React Native and RabbitMQ.
Or instead of looking at all of these random surveys, we could look at the actual thing that matters, which is how much success are React Native apps finding and how many jobs would you have available to you as a React Native developer. I already showed the numbers, but I'll show them once more as a reminder. Roughly 25% of the top 100 apps in any given category in the App Store are using React Native. And there are 10 times the number of jobs available for React Native devs than there are for devs using Swift UI and Jetpack. So, sure, the Stack Overflow survey says React Native isn't that popular. The Stack Overflow survey is for a bunch of unemployed students. It's not relevant. It just isn't. We should be looking at where the money is going if we want to know the success of the tools and technologies. And the reason there's so much money going into React Native is because companies are pulling a lot of money out of React Native because it's going well for them. We're not all just investing in this thing because we think it's funny and silly and we can trick people into using it. We're doing it because it's been helping us with our businesses. My background was originally mobile dev. I used to contribute to like crazy Android ROM hacks when I was getting started. I did that because it was easier to contribute to Android than it was to build an app at the time. But regardless of that, I was deep in the mobile world for a long time. And I was blown away when I saw how far React Native had come in like the 2021, 2022 era, that it's hard for me to really care anymore, like about native technologies. It's cool when new features come in, but I'm more excited to see them adopted and ready for React Native than I am to just see them thrown in. And React Native's winning because it's benefiting all of us. The extra part we can get to in a second, actually. I think it comes up soon.
For some reason. Suffice to say, we aren't going to get a straight answer about which mobile frameworks are the most popular. But wait.
There is one other, much worse way to measure the success of a tool in the JS world, though. Cut to the but wait here phase.
React Native downloads on NPM are skyrocketing right now. Doesn't this mean React Native is taking over the world? Well, if you look a little closer, you'll see that the curve has an inflection point around January 2022, soon after the announcement of Expo Application Services. Expo is a company that builds tools for React Native developers, and they launched a product that allows you to push updates to your app while bypassing App Store review. As part of this service, they rebuild your app on their servers, which triggers more downloads from NPM. Not coincidentally, the download curve for EAS CLI also starts taking off around January 2022. Expo would claim that they're attracting more developers by making React Native better with their services, which is true, but taking into account the extra downloads caused by EAS, and all of the content.
So there's a lot to say here, but one thing that we can get out of the EAS versus Expo numbers, we see Expo's peak is at like 140K a week versus React Native's, which is around 3 million a week. So if your accusation is that these numbers are artificially boosted because of EAS, why is there a 3-digit difference between the numbers? What are you saying? You can't plot the chart and say, look, these graphs change the same time, therefore this is a number being faked by Expo, when you show there is a 3-digit difference between the two numbers. On top of that, they cache the install, so they're not hitting NPM half the time anyways. Evan's in here, he built a ton of this. They mostly cache wherever possible. So if EAS and the auto building tools that Expo made are the reason that we spiked from 1 million downloads a week to 3 million a week, why is their CLI only spiking to 100K a week? What if, crazy thought, React Native is getting more popular because people are realizing it's good, and tools like EAS are coming out because more and more people want to ship with React Native? What if all of these things are correlated because of the external reality that React Native is benefiting a lot of us in our businesses? Crazy, absurd, I know, but it's very real. The other big gap between these two charts, I'm just going to go to NPM trends and do this myself. I'm not seeing the correlation on these charts. I'm sorry. But like, if the point you're trying to make is that this blue line is causing this red line to triple, I don't know what the heck you're talking about there. There's one other thing I want to show here. See the like slight spike at the start of 2025? Let's compare that to EAS's spike. Wait, what? EAS doubled almost in the past 3 months. There's a reason for that too. A lot of these AI app builder tools are picking React Native and Expo. And despite the fact that this is enough to double Expo's numbers, it's barely a blip in React Natives. It's like a 15 to 20% bump. So React Native is getting more popular because it's way better for these AI tools to build with. Because unlike all the native tools that we're talking about and shilling here, like Swift UI and Jetpack Compose, it's actually open source, and all of the tooling around it is open source too. Even if a lot of Android is open source, a lot isn't. In the current state of like Android Studio, it's rough. And Apple's tools are entirely closed source. Yes, Swift itself is open source. Swift UI, not at all. The UI layer for Swift is the thing that's most important when you're building with it. Good luck finding the things you need to train your AI to do it well. It's one of the many things Apple is doing terribly with AI right now, and I'm saying this as an Apple fanboy. The AI-assisted dev experience for Apple is slightly worse than Apple's existing dev experience. Both of those are really bad. It's one of the other reasons people are moving to React Native, even Apple fanboys like myself, because this ecosystem has significantly better tools for developing good applications than Apple does. Can Apple's theoretically be slightly better when you slug through all the crap to get there? Perhaps. The React Native apps have gotten incredibly good too, and there's a reason why we're going to be betting on it for T3 chat. Because it's good. It benefits us. I'm not betting on it because I think it's funny to do or because I'm trying to sell you guys some crap. I'm trying to sell you guys T3 chat. Yeah. And if this was just me and others who were being paid by Infinite Red, I would understand the biases and frustrations there. But let's look at the top Expo apps right now. We got the Shop app from Shopify, Discord, Microsoft Authenticator, Capital One, Chime, Rocket Money, Character AI, Blue Sky. Blue Sky is also fully open source. If you want a huge open source React Native app to look at, that's a good one. It even showcases some of the problems that I have with React Native that I've talked about in other videos. There is so much stuff using React Native here. It's insane. God, I've hinted at it for so long. The depth of Sony's use of React Native is insane. Pretty much the entire UI for the PlayStation 5's operating system is in React Native. I wish I could say more. I probably will in the future, but they bet hard. And we haven't even really talked about Microsoft yet. Sure, they're using it for Authenticator, but Microsoft's doing a lot more than that with React Native. I mentioned that React Native's official support is for iOS and Android. Obviously, Meta has their own build for Quest as well. React Native Windows here, largely maintained by Kiara and crew. Actually, is Kiara even that high up there? No, she's not. Good to know. But the React Native for Windows port is maintained by Microsoft. Very closely with Meta, but React Native for Windows is by Microsoft themselves. It's not Meta or some other company trying to trick people into using React Native to charge more for consulting. Microsoft is doing it because they recognize the quality of their developer tools is not high enough, and React Native provides a better experience for UI-focused developers. They are now using React Native for Windows in a ton of different things, including really important stuff like the Start menu or the Excel app. I'm not saying the whole Excel app is in React Native, but there's a bunch of stuff in it that is. And what's even funnier, people already caught on in chat, React Native macOS, also by Microsoft, because they want to be able to write code with this quality developer experience and ship it to Mac and Windows desktop platforms at the same time. So they built React Native macOS to do that. And it's a fork because it's based on the iOS version of React Native. It's a little behind right now, but they go out of their way to keep updating it constantly. It will probably be up to the major version pretty soon. There are no major versions of React Native, but it'll probably be up to date again pretty soon. I will say the React Native Windows and Mac versions tend to lag behind a little bit because they are huge, complex projects. And also because Microsoft's interest isn't necessarily being on the latest and greatest version. It's building an actual platform that their developers can rely on to build UIs in some of the most important things that Microsoft sells. And I will once again ask, why would they use React Native for important things like the start menu and Excel, some of their most important key surfaces, if it wasn't benefiting them? Are we just saying all of these companies are dumb? I mean, they are here and there, but are they all falling for the same trap somehow magically? Are all of the companies hiring for React Native falling for the same misleading thing? Are they all listening to YouTube ads and being tricked into thinking React Native is good when it's not? Or do they have agency and they're making the decision because it benefits them? Crazy, I know, but let's think this one through a little bit more seriously here, guys. If there's anything more in this guy. It's also particularly funny that Copilot was an example of a native app using Jetpack Compose and SwiftUI, because they're using Copilot on desktop in React Native almost entirely. There's other important things here. I think I've covered the key stuff from the Expo list. Yeah. And again, from Kiara at Microsoft. And again from Kira at Microsoft here. Sorry for mispronouncing her name. I need to be better about this. React Native isn't just chosen for its features, or React Native isn't just chosen for its cross-platform features, which is obvious. React Native isn't just chosen for its cross-platform features, which obviously is kind of like the killer feature, but it's increasingly being chosen for its developer experience. That's a big deal. And on Microsoft's official React Native for Windows showcase, we have the Xbox app. Also, the Microsoft Store on Xbox. So if you're on the Xbox and you're going through the store, React Native. And as someone who's bought a lot of games on different consoles, Xbox's is the least shit store. The Switch store is unacceptably bad. I don't know how it is that bad. The PlayStation 1 kind of sucks too, but it's also React Native, so I'm not going to say it's React Native's fault there. Yeah. Oh, one more real fun example. Kik moved off of Expo and React Native, claiming React Native was why their app was slow. Then they moved right back to it because it benefited them so much. Yeah, React Native, you can make a bad app with React Native. You can do it really quickly too. You can also make a good app with React Native. It's slower than making a bad one, but you can make really good apps with React Native, and you can do it faster than you can with native technologies if you already know React especially. What else do we have in that GIS so I make sure I don't miss things? Yeah, I think this is a good showcase. Let's see if there's anything else left in the video I want to address. We got the NPM conspiracy.
Services. Expo is a company that builds tools for React Native developers, and they launched a product that Expo does on taking into account the extra downloads caused by EAS, and all of the content and influencer marketing that Expo does on YouTube, telling you that React Native is the best way to build mobile apps.
Okay, I have one last thing I have to say about the Expo thing. I'll just let Tastemaker's statement go first.
Extra downloads caused by EAS.
It's the marketing part phase.
And all of the content and influencer marketing that Expo does on YouTube, telling you that React Native is the best way to build mobile apps. React Native is still growing, but probably not growing faster than the mobile app ecosystem as a whole.
Okay, I cut the part about React Native is still growing. Just do the little bit about the YouTube marketing if you can. Am I not allowed to have friends? Seriously, though, I have never received a cent from Expo. I have been paying them monthly for 5 years now. They have never paid me a cent. They are in my content a lot because I like them. They're building things that I'm excited as hell about. My YouTube channel's only 3 years old. I've been working with Expo and hyped on what they're building for twice as long as I have been doing this content stuff myself. I'm not talking about them because they're paying me or they're marketing, and I sincerely doubt they're paying somebody whose YouTube channel is named Evening Kid to do influencer marketing. And the reason they were on DevTools FM is because Evan has so much really interesting stuff to talk about. It's a podcast. And notice that he cut off the view counts on all of these. $1.7K views. I'm sure that is really pushing React Native and making it way bigger than it would be otherwise. Like, what? What? I hate this particular appeal. It's popular because they are buying the popularity. You cannot buy popularity. Oh yeah, the last one here is a conference. He spoke at the conference because he goes to conferences and they invite him to speak because he has interesting things to talk about. Some of my favorite talks are Evan just geeking out about the thing he's working on. Yeah. Evan here. Theo dunking on my content now. Yeah, because you're not a content creator, Evan. You're a Lego guy that happens to be good at web dev and mobile dev for some reason. Mostly mobile. Your web code sucks. But yeah, I dunk on you because you're a friend of mine and I love giving you shit. This is my crew. And that's why I'm so upset here is like, sure, call me biased all you want. I'm defending my friends. I made these friends because they're building things I was excited about. And I reached out and they wanted to talk about it. And sure, I have a lot of subscribers on YouTube now, but the reason people came to my channel is they found value in the things I was talking about, in the conversations I was having. And I've been fighting all of this misinfo about React Native for as long as I can remember. It all started way back when I was working at Twitch and this blog post investigating React Native was published. And what's really funny is people still cite this one against me as proof that React Native isn't good because a blog post from 8 years ago, we're actually, by the time this video is published, this will be at the 8-year mark for when it came out. This blog post was when React Native was nowhere near as good as it is today. And it's still wrong. In 2021, I rebuilt the Twitch app from scratch in React Native as a hackathon project. And Alec here, the author of this article, was so impressed with that and his own explorations that he tried to publish a redo of this article saying that React Native is actually now ready for Twitch, and they wouldn't let him. He also was so frustrated with the mobile team that he moved to the web teams because he was getting so React pilled. So yeah, he ended up quitting right around the same time I did. The author of this article is a huge fan of React Native now. So yeah, I've been fighting this fight for as long as I can remember. And do you know how annoying it is having people cite an article that was written by a friend of yours saying, look, see, your company doesn't even think React Native is ready. I'm like, yeah, I'm friends with the guy who wrote it. He says that the article's wrong now, and it was half wrong when he wrote it. You're the one who's wrong here. And Twitch is too lazy to unpublish it or even put anything on it because the mobile team at Twitch does not want React Native to happen. And now they're forcing the web teams to embed crappy web app experiences inside of the native app because they refuse to let React Native near their code base. This is the problem. And when you spread misinfo the way this video does, despite the fact the video is bringing up really important things that we should talk about, this misinformation has weaved its way through it such that the conversation becomes inherently toxic and no longer about reality. Reality is React Native helps a lot of businesses. Reality is there's a lot of companies hiring for React Native devs. Reality is there's all of these React Native consultancies because more and more people want to adopt React Native as an ecosystem and a technical solution to the problems that they are having. Reality is that React Native is benefiting a lot of people and companies. And you have to go to some crazy leaps in order to pretend it's not. So yeah, sorry for my frustrations. I'm heartbroken that me talking about the people I like working with and the cool things they are doing is seen as some psyop marketing ploy paying me off to talk about React Native because they want to make money. How does Facebook make money if React Native gets more popular? They don't. Something I actually help with a lot is helping the React Native team pitch to higher ups or something I do actually help with here and there is forming the pitch from the React Native team to the higher ups so they can continue getting the funding they need to build the framework. Because believe it or not, the biggest React Native haters work at Facebook and Meta. There are so many people there that want React Native to die, that are convinced it's a scourge, that are constantly fighting the team internally before any of this even goes public. Facebook and Meta are investing in React Native because the React Native team has made a compelling pitch for the technology, and they've seen a surprising amount of success with the things adopting React Native. It's also worth noting the React Native team at Meta is like multiplicatively larger, like at least 5x larger than the core React team at Facebook. React Web and React Native are massively different at Meta because React Native is such an important technology for them now. And it's also an incredibly difficult thing to build. Building a layer that lets you write code once and compile it to such different platforms requires industry-leading experts in both iOS and Android code. And they've hired a ton of them to build it. I wish we could spend more time admiring the technical achievement that is React Native because it's so cool. And I wish more mobile devs could just look at how cool it was instead of being annoyed because they're scared of JavaScript.
Does on YouTube, telling you that React Native is the best way to build mobile apps. React Native is still growing, but probably not growing faster than the mobile app ecosystem as a whole. If I had to guess, I would say that React Native's market share will stay stable over the next 5 years. So next time you see one of these clickbait SEO articles about which mobile app framework to choose, at least take it with a grain of salt.
I want to end on one last piece of agreement here because Tastemaker does have good points for this, especially the like weird fodder blog posts bits.
Over the next 5 years. So next
cut the clip here for the so next time at 9:05 phase.
Next time you see one of these clickbait SEO articles about which mobile app framework to choose, at least take it with a grain of salt.
Yes. Take it with a ton of grains of salt. These articles, especially now in a world where half of them are freaking AI generated, if you don't know the person who wrote it and you can't find other relevant work of theirs, the author matters as much as the content nowadays. So check who they are, what they have done, how are they relevant to you. And I'll self-own a bit here. I haven't published any particularly prominent mobile apps. I've built a handful of them, especially internal tool stuff, but I don't have good showcases of my work on mobile. You should be more skeptical of me because of that. When I talk about web, especially web performance stuff, you better shut your mouth up when I'm talking about it because I know what I'm doing and there's plenty of evidence all over the web of me being an industry-leading expert in web performance application stuff. Go try T3 chat if you don't believe me. There's a reason it's so much faster, and it's not because it's lower in features or I hit some magic button. It's because I care a lot about performance on the web. I also care a lot about mobile, but I don't have enough evidence, so I understand if you want to doubt me there. But you should take a look at the industry experts and what they have to say about this stuff, because there are so many incredibly talented people in the mobile space building absurdly complex and intricate applications, and more of them are coming around to the power of React Native and what it enables for their teams.
By the way, I'm working on a tool to determine which technologies and third-party services are used in mobile apps. Subscribe if you want to see it in action once it's done. And, as always, thanks for watching.
Thank you, Tastemaker, for making this. I know I was harsh throughout, but the point still stands. There are some real problems, especially around these like AI-generated crap articles floating around the web. Half the time I get a dev article I find searching, it's absolute garbage. But that doesn't mean we can respond with similarly misleading things. I understand the frustration. I am with you there. The fact that when you try to figure out how to pick a framework, you get a crappy article somebody spit out of ChatGPT, it's unacceptable and it's going to lead to new devs making bad decisions. There are two important things to understand here, though. One is that these articles suck no matter what, and we should be steering people away from these sources. And the other is that beginners are going to screw up anyways. We need to let people make the wrong decision and learn from it. One of the reasons I stopped talking about Flutter is I like to think it's apparent once you've built a Flutter app, especially on iOS, that it's a crap framework for building crap applications. And if you can't tell, I don't know if you can ever build a great app. We need to let the kids make the wrong decisions. Ideally, they're not doing it because a crappy article told them to. They're doing it because they thought the thing would solve a real problem for them. But it's just the reality of learning how to code. You have to make bad decisions in order to then go make good ones. If you accidentally make the right decision when you start, you're worse off than if you made the wrong one, because now you don't know why it's right or how to learn from it. So as hard as it is, and this is something I struggled with a lot myself, we need to let the kids pick wrong. Let them go build a Twitter clone with HTMX. Let them go try to build a super complex video encoding app with PHP. Let them try and build a fancy YouTube clone using Flutter. They need to learn the errors in their ways. And if you are this confident that React Native is a terrible technology that is going down, not up, let the market do its thing. It's going to. And rather than confidently stating things that are wrong, try to talk to the people building it. You might be surprised, especially now that you put out a video that's viral, you'll be amazed at who will respond if you hit them up asking questions. If you see things on the React Native showcase that are confusing to you, post about it. Ask. Reach out. You'll be amazed who will respond. I guarantee if you had sent a DM to someone like Jamin or Evan Bacon about your thoughts on all of this, you would have gotten the same response I did. A super fancy breakdown of what's going on in the space and how people are actually using these things. If you're like, hey, I unbundled the Amazon app, where's the React Native? You could have been linked to the talk and learned where the React Native is. But that's the biggest issue I had with the video, is it started on a focus of a real problem, which is garbage content being shared as a way of making decisions about what framework to use. And it then slowly becomes one of those garbage sources itself. And it breaks my heart because I see so much potential here. Tastemaker made an awesome video. And if I didn't have one of the best editors in the world, I would legitimately be hitting him up to help me with editing. He can make compelling content. I would encourage him to take the opportunity, now that he has a platform, to reach out to others in the space when you have questions about these things, rather than making bad assumptions and only going one layer deeper than the surface. There is so much depth to all these things. I often joke that the React Native community is 10 times deeper than the React community, despite being 100th the size. But it's true. The amount of thought and care these devs put into these things is hard to put into words. And I know this all in contrast seems like marketing fluff, and I don't care. This is how I really feel about it. I am so blown away with the amount of just focus and effort going on in the React Native community. Some of the smartest and most thoughtful people I know, I met through this ecosystem. And I would highly encourage you, Tastemaker, to take the opportunity to talk to these devs. I would almost feel bad if you didn't get to, because there are some awesome people that you could meet and befriend to boost your career and do such cool things with. And maybe, just maybe, you'll end up seeing the magic in React Native that we all see too. And it's totally fine if you don't. It's really nice to have friends that disagree with your stances on things. One of my closest dev friends is a huge Flutter fanboy, but he knows how to talk crap on the thing and point out its flaws. And I love having him around because we can compare and contrast notes. You got to have your crew of people who understand the thing you don't like well enough to have the conversation. And this video feels like it could only happen in isolation from anyone who understood React Native. And again, to be very clear, this isn't some fundamental failure of Tastemaker. This is expected as a person who had under 300 subs and 3 YouTube videos at the time. But now you have a platform. Now you have access to all of these awesome people. Take advantage of it. It's the coolest part about having this platform, is the people you can meet and the things you can learn from them. You no longer have an excuse to publish something under-researched and unfactual like this. It is a totally acceptable thing that you made these mistakes. But now you need to stop. But now it's time to make corrections and do the best you possibly can to correctly report on the things that you cover as part of your platform. And if you ever want any help on this, hit me up. My DMs are open. Emails inside of my description on YouTube. You can get a hold of me. There's a lot of ways to do it. I would love to help out however I can. I'm genuinely impressed with the quality of content you create. And with a little bit of change to how you do research and comms with other people in the space, you could easily be one of the biggest people on this platform. So thank you, Tastemaker, for bringing this topic up again and giving me an excuse to talk about one of my favorite things I don't get to enough anymore nowadays. Let me know what you guys think about this. Is React Native overrated, underrated, too popular, not popular enough? Or am I just insane? Let me know in the comments. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I'm not liking the video because I don't like the video. I like the creator. I don't like the video. Okay, I think I covered everything well here. I'm proud of that one. I see Jordan's going to Replit. Absolutely wild. Yep, this is very real. I tried to go into this a little in the video, Addy. People seem to think React Native somehow means it's not native, it's a web view, which it isn't. It's a common point of confusion. I don't know what we can do about it at this point. I thought the name was pretty clear. It's React Native. Cool. The Cocoa Pods are a bit of a shit show. What's this? Gwen's a legend, by the way. If you guys don't know her, she's one of the few Postgres people I can actually have a deep convo about this stuff with and feel like I'm learning from. She's the best. And she knows so many weird Postgres things, more than anyone else. I want to see your custom theme. I'm curious. Ooh, fancy. Super cool. Yes, this is correct, Priya. The only JS part in React Native is the JavaScript code you write that then calls the native elements. Cool. How are we doing on time? We're almost 3 hours in and we got one video done. So that's great. Let's get started with all of the other content that I am behind on right now. Longer vids are better? Thank you for saying that. Since I haven't been recording as much lately, I don't want to just be wearing the same shirt in every single video, so I'm going to go change super duper quick. I have a shirt right outside the room. I'll be right back. There we go. Should probably have ironed this, but whatever. I'm busy. People will understand. Oh, missed the opportunity to change shirts halfway through React Native, or the React update is a Vue transition. Fuck. That would have been good. Not bothering it to do that, though. Thank you for the comment there, though. That would have been clever as fuck. I know the plain tee was fine, but I just wanted a different fit so that all my videos aren't wearing the exact same clothes. Otherwise, it looks like I just filmed all my videos in a day. Almost like I filmed all my videos in a day or something. I love this shirt, so I'm more than happy to have it on. I was also kind of waiting for it to dry. That's why I wasn't wearing it when I started. I should have ironed it, though. Anyways, we'll go with it. Oh, yeah, there's another Dan post. I saw that happened. You can hit me up on the email on my YouTube description. I don't have a lot of consulting time right now, and it is not cheap. But if you really need it, we could find something. Or I can refer you to somebody, too. I lost my favorite earring when I was doing my LA vacation, and I ordered some new ones that I like, but they're heavy as fuck, and my ears are not equipped yet. So I'm going to find a smaller, lighter one to warm up myself with. I do this in person now, too. Even when I'm not recording, if I stutter or say something wrong, it's just instinct now to stop and, like, redo it. What is this? Oh. Yeah. Still the most annoying crash. I'll bug them about that later. Anyways. Cool. Let's talk about native stuff. How do I balance personal life and work? I have 2 jobs, so I balance those instead. Like, the personal life is the YouTube stuff, and the work is the company I'm running, which I have so much code I'm supposed to be writing right now. It's actually fucking insane. Yeah. Oh, God. I owe Mark so many code reviews. He just gave me shit for it because his office is right there. Yeah. Let me thank all the subs I missed, and we're going to get right back to it. Think I got you, Miss Simi. Regardless, thanks for the Prime. We got Hen here with the Prime. Mixin with the Tier 1. Q-Link, always good to see you, man. 2 years in now. God damn. John here with the Prime. Good thinking here with the Tier 1. Gabriel hitting the 34-month mark. God damn, you've been around for way too long. And Tier 3 as well. Jesus Christ. Thanks as always for coming by. Then we got Pixels here with the Prime 2. 12 months in. I don't get paid a whole lot for the coding nowadays. My finance team said I have to bump my salary because I am not paying myself enough for like the category of person I am, which means that I get kind of fucked in taxes. So I need to pay myself properly from T3 or from like my company that runs T3 chat. We'll get there though. Cool. Yeah, I make a lot more on YouTube, to be clear. You just gifted enough to put you over Steven on the leaderboard. That's hilarious. Oh, that makes sense. You just wanted one more than Steven there. I still want to know who Steven Task here is. That's a huge gift bomb to drop and then not hang out. Like, I'm so curious. He created his account a month ago. I would gladly talk whatever he wants me to. But also, NMG, if there's something you want me to cover that I'm not covering, let me know ASAP so I can get that on the schedule. My strat for jeans that don't rip is hilarious. I have another friend who is like the exact same height as me and relatively similar dimensions, who like uses the shit out of his clothes and everything he owns. And when he goes through a wardrobe like reset, he'll have a couple pairs of jeans he wants to sell. And if they survived him for a year, they'll survive me for life. So I just buy his jeans off him and it works great for everyone involved. My React Native shill payment. Lol. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're Levi's. I think I'm wearing Levi's right now. I should know because I like paid for them, but I have no idea. macOS security research is your main interest. Fascinating. But yeah, if there's anything big enough going on there at any point, let me know so I can jump on the video. Okay, let's do this. T3 chat's actually the GOAT. Just need a higher tier with higher limits. Yep. We hear you loud and clear, especially right now. Entrepreneur first. Yeah, I had to look it up to be sure. I would want to see the portfolio companies because I think there's a big difference between a 600 billion combined valuation versus 11 billion. And I don't know of any companies off the top of my head that found success through EF. Like, I didn't even know what it was initially. Also, a bunch of these people are YC too. Like, the Collisons are like the YC bros, like the OG YC bros. Tom's one of the YC partners right now. I've chatted with him a bunch. Like, half the list is YC people. And the alums, wait, none of these are companies I know. Let's look at the portfolio. I have literally heard of 0 of these companies. So that's how I feel. If you can't get into YC, I would not recommend the alternatives. In this world, just ride the wave. Like, if the thing you're doing is working, you'll be busy. If the thing you're not doing is working, you'll ask a lot of questions. If you find yourself in the asking questions section, it means the thing you're doing isn't working. Work harder. Try other things. This message, security. Someone chat something about React and JavaScript. Yes, that's an old friend. I need to look into that way more, but we'll absolutely be doing that. Yeah, I haven't seen any other accelerator with a meaningful number of companies finding success. Part of it's a raw numbers game. Part of it's a longevity thing, but I haven't seen any other accelerator helping companies do well. On top of that, when I was applying to accelerators, I applied to 2. I applied to the South Park Commons in SF, and I applied to Y Combinator. I only got into Y Combinator. So it's funny because I wasn't good enough to get into the other one that I've never seen a successful company come from. But I was good enough to get into the one that is supposedly really hard to get into because they have a really good, like, YC doesn't miss great founders very often. They'll sometimes let in people they shouldn't, but it's not super often they miss somebody they should have had. They have a really good system for that. I think AI wrapper is the new cloud wrapper. Like, when the cloud first happened, it was like, oh, so you took an existing thing and put it on the cloud? Yeah. Salesforce's entire industry segment was worth $30 million a year when they started building a cloud-first CMS. They alone do $100 billion a year now. So yeah, the industry is shifting. Wrapping the thing, defining the industry shift is probably a good idea. I will say, somebody who's been building a lot of different tools throughout my career. What are you talking about, crazy? I was in YC before I started my YouTube channel. I've always been super fond of YC. There's never been a time I was doing anything where I wasn't relatively pumped on Y Combinator. And yes, you can absolutely get into Y Combinator as a foreigner. During my batch, a third of the companies were African, and they killed it. They ran laps around the rest of it. I know Darvia, and I'm very happy for him. Yeah, I'm in the US, and I forgot about EF. It's not like a popular thing. Just the other, like, the other boot campy accelerators just aren't close. They really aren't. Like, half these quotes are from their competitors. And then Patrick, who's supposedly a big part of EF, I know that Stripe would have worked without Y Combinator. It's that simple. Acquiring early customers, figuring out who to hire, closing deals with banks, raising money. YC's partners were closely involved and crucially helpful. Yeah. It is what it is. I mean, the A16C version, Y Combinator is the best program for creating top-end entrepreneurs that has ever existed. From Mark Andreessen. From Andreessen Horowitz. I would be really, really surprised if you came to SF for YC and got extradited. And if that did happen, you are in the best possible group for it. YC is politically active enough, especially Gary nowadays, that if that type of disaster was to happen, the PR you would get for it would be better than the actual YC program. They're all very transparent about this. They invest $500K, $125K is for a 7% safe. The other $325 is an MFN from the day that the program starts. So they get 8 to 13-ish% of your company, depending on how high your next valuation is. And it was worth every point that we gave them. We have gotten so much out of Y Combinator. I regret nothing. Anyways, we need to talk about React. All right, labs. Drops. On my shirt. Anyways. I don't like how this is folding. I'm just going to button it more. Simple fix, you know. Do things the easy way. Cool. It's been a bit since we got an update from the React Labs team, and I'm super excited to report they've been cooking. There are some really cool things coming to React, and I cannot wait to share them all with you. And if you're frustrated with all the coverage of server components, this is going to be a good video for you because there's almost nothing to do with server components in this entire post. This is all about better client experiences for your React applications. And I honestly think every React dev is going to benefit meaningfully from the things that the React team is planning on shipping. transition. Speaking of shipping, my team's moving fast, and I need to pay them somehow. So we're going to do a quick word from today's sponsor, then dive right in. React Labs, view transitions, activity, and more. If you're not already familiar with React Labs, this is where they share the stuff they're working on, like the experimental things, to give us some insight on what they have planned. Usually the things in React Labs end up coming out in a very similar format or the same format they showcase them in. Sometimes they get scrapped, sometimes they change a whole bunch, but it's meant to be a way to let the community see what they're working on and collect feedback before they commit fully. And that's a good thing here in particular, because there's a lot of stuff that's going to change how we work with React, especially on the animations and transition side here. Actually, I kind of want to redo the intro. Yeah, I'm going to redo the intro. Sorry for making the edit harder phase. Let's do it. It's been a bit since we heard from the React team, in particular about new features and things they're building. That changed today with an update from React Labs. This is where they showcase all the cool experimental stuff they're working on. Most of it makes it into React, some of it doesn't. What matters isn't whether or not it's going to make it, it's what they're working on and how relevant it is. If you're tired of the server component stuff, I get it. None of this is server components. This is really useful stuff for all React developers. From an overhaul of how animations and transitions, or from an overhaul of everything to do with animations and transitions, oh, there's so much cool stuff there, to an IDE extension. Yes, the React team is shipping an extension for VS Code now. So cool. They're shipping fast, and there's a lot to cover here. But we're shipping too, and I need to pay my team. So quick word from today's sponsor, then we're going to dive right in. Cool. Let's get to it. I am fighting the urge to skip to the extension. I'll understand if you fast forward to that part of the video, but there's a lot of important things we need to talk about here. As of today, the React experimental branch now has view transitions and activity. I've been waiting for this for so long. If you're not familiar with view transitions, it might be because you're on a Firefox-based browser, and that means that they don't work in your browser. One of my favorite sites to showcase them is Naman's blog. Naman is an engineer that used to work at Meta. He's now at OpenAI. He built some crazy style stuff, specifically StyleX, to power most of Meta's styling. His blog is an incredible showcase of view transitions. If you're using a browser that isn't Firefox-based, like I am right now. So let's hop over to a Chrome-based browser. And now when I go to different pages, do you see the animation there, how the Naman moved to the top? That wasn't some crazy JavaScript and CSS doing that. That was view transitions, a browser API where you can tell the browser, hey, this element might still exist on the next page. If it does, animate it on its way there. And now when I click the title for this blog post, did you see how cool that is? That is so awesome. The view transition is on navigation. If an element moves or changes, it lets you define the way the element moves and changes. And that's why this all looks so cool. And it's not particularly hard to do. If we go to my blog, I can show you what this looks like. So I'll click a random post. And this still has a nice fancy little animation. It doesn't move anything around because there isn't really anything for it to move around. But that animation was so simple to add. It's also worth noting that that site has zero JS on it. It's entirely Astro. I think it might have a tiny little router in order to trigger some things, but the code for that, hilariously simple. Blog index view transitions from Astro transitions. And if we find the view transitions component, it's just in the head because it's just mounting some JS. And then from there, all I have to do if I want to move something from one page to another is tag it to identify it. You can literally just add this CSS snippet, and now the navigation between different routes on your app is going to feel significantly better. It's so cool. You can do crazy stuff with it. But it's not just for navigation. You can also trigger view transitions, update the DOM, and then the animations will happen, which works great for single-page apps. Here's an example with cards, that when you delete them, there's an animation for them to leave, which is one of the hardest things to do in the browser. Because when you remove something from the DOM, it's not there. You can't animate it anymore. But if it's a view transition, all of a sudden you can animate it. You can do things to it because the removal of the thing from the DOM is now an event that occurs that you could do things with. As long as you're not targeting Firefox, hopefully it catches up in the near future. React now supports view transitions, which I am so hyped for. No more crazy chaotic libraries just to make something fade out when you click delete. To opt in to animating an element, wrap it in the new view transition component. The component lets you declaratively define what to animate when an animation is activated. You can define when to animate by using one of the 3 triggers for a view transition. You can call start transition, you can call deferred, or you can use suspense. And all of these things now will trigger transitions, which is so cool. By default, they're using the default CSS animations for view transitions, which is a smooth crossfade. But you can use the view transition pseudo selectors to define how the animation runs. So here we have view transition old, star, animation 300, fade out, and then new, fade in. When the DOM updates due to an animation trigger, like start transition, use deferred value, or suspense fallback switching to content, React will now use declarative heuristics to automatically determine which view transitions should actually be activated for this animation. So it's using the DOM, the virtual DOM specifically, to see which things wrapped in which transitions changed between those states and triggers the animations for those at that point. What's cool with a feature like this is I'm sure under the hood there is a ton of work, and this is really complex to build into React this way. But when you work with it, it just feels like a native browser API, because it is. React had to change a bunch of things to let it play that nice with the native browser APIs, but they did it, and it works, and it's great. And here we're going to see when I click these, nothing happens because, again, I'm in a Firefox-based browser. But if I go to a browser with a better core, and then I click a heart, unheart, built-in animation, cool. When I click first video and back, wait. Huh? Did it break? I did this yesterday and it worked. Oh, this version doesn't include any animations yet. Okay. So if we scroll down, this is the one with them. If I do the next one in Firefox, will it work? Still no, but it probably will here. Yep, there we go. See that nice fade? You click, and the thing doesn't just switch. It doesn't just instantly go to the next content. It fades to the next page. And you did this by very simply wrapping view transition around the main body component. URL is /, then we do home. Otherwise, we render details. That's it. That's the complexity of adding view transitions to your app. Wrap a thing in your VDOM that can transform and change, and now it will transition between the elements. I am so excited to add this to T3 chat. You guys have no idea. I hate animations normally, but this is the right way to do it. Yeah. There's a good call out here about where to place the view transitions. There's some complexity to it, similar to where to place suspense wrappers. But this is much easier to figure out than suspense wrappers because you'll see your app transitioning wrong if you navigate in a way where you put the view transition in the wrong place. Thankfully, there's a default none you can add to any given view transition so that you can customize it conditionally instead. Very good stuff to see. You can also set a given string name for the view transition and then target that through CSS. So good. So good. And now with that change, the crossfade is slower. Yes, that takes a lot longer to run now because they added the animation CSS, bumping it to 500. Can I change this? Can I change it to 50? You can, and that works. That's so cool. 50 is a little too low to see. I'm going to do 150 so you can get a little bit. Ooh, I actually quite like that. It's subtle, but it makes the switch not as jarring. Honestly, on a video at 30 FPS is going to be hard to see. The link's in the description if you want to go play with all this. It's pretty cool. If it was just transitioning the content of the page would be one thing, but where view transitions get really cool is shared elements, similar to what we saw in Naman's blog, where the title moves somewhere else because the element is still there. It's just a different place on the page. And with view transitions, you can do this too. You give one a unique name. I don't love name for this. I think it should be identifier or ID or something. So that's what this is. But now that we've established that this view transition is for something with this identifier, if the next view also has the same identifier, I'll show you the results because it's so cool. Oops, not what I want to do there. Watch what happens now when I click a video. Tell me that's not the coolest shit. Do you know how annoying it was to write code to do this before? Do you know how annoying it was to have an element move when you navigate? Here is all the code you have to write for that now. You go to app. Does not show the... Here, okay. We have the thumbnail component that has a view transition wrapping it with an identifier. We have video controls in video, and video uses the thumbnail component. And we have the list view, which also uses the same thumbnail component. Now, the identifier is always the same. There's no custom JS being written. There is just a wrapper component with an ID. And that's all it takes to get awesome transitions like this in your apps now. It's so cool. And it handles like very different things too. Like here where the video is roughly the same height, it does the right thing and subtly expands to fill the space. But if you click one near the bottom, it moves up too, which is not easy to set up. I'm so happy with this. It looks so cool. By default, React will automatically generate a unique name for each element activated for a transition. When React sees a transition where a view transition with a name is removed and a new view transition with the same name is added, it will activate a shared element transition. They even have causes for animations so that you can control the type of transition. So if you want a different transition for navigating forward or backwards, you can call the add transition type helper and then have different cases here. So with share, on nav forward, we want to slide forward, but on back, we want to slide back. Now we'll have different animations depending on which transition type we triggered. And then obviously we can go apply that with the view transition target in CSS. Old is for the state of things before the transition and new is for the state after. You can just target something with a pattern, or you can just target a specific style with a, or you can target a specific class of a share here with a given identifier like that. It's so simple. And this is just in CSS. Like we're using actual browser standards to do all of this. And I'm so thankful that instead of the React team building some crazy new animation system, they leaned so heavily into browser standards instead. And now with that change, you can see the top nav slide to the left when we go to a thing and then slide to the right when we leave it. It's so cool. It's so cool this is this easy now. As long as you're on a browser that supports them, like Safari or Chrome. But yeah, Firefox, get your shit together. Animating suspense boundaries. As they mentioned before, suspense will also activate view transitions, which is so cool. Because if you have a fallback for something before the content comes in, now you can animate it. You just wrap the suspense in a view transition. And now, when we do a thing, like go to this, we get that fancy animation with the placeholder and then the content. And it even stays rendered because of how suspense works. But look at that. Do you see how simple but nice that little animation is? And they didn't have to put a lot of work into it either. There's CSS. They have all the old ones down here too, but those aren't the ones that matter. This is the new stuff. You just add the new keyframes and it works. It's so cool. It's so cool. I am really hyped about this stuff. You can also provide custom animations using an exit on the fallback and enter on the content. So here you can specify on exit you want it to slide down and on enter you want it to slide up. You write the CSS, and now it will handle those two different cases. And if we, once again, play with the sandbox, see the content slid up? So cool. And the exit is the fade goes down, like the weird fade gray out when we're waiting for the loading goes down, and then the new content goes up to replace it. It's so cool. You can also use view transitions to animate lists of items as they reorder. Oh, so good. You just put a key in the same way you always do with a list in React. And now, when we go in here and reorder things, do I do it just by favoriting? How do I do it? Oh, you type in the search bar. Okay. So let's type in third. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? I didn't even know about that. That's so cool. Like nothing special being written here. This isn't some crazy JS code to handle things being removed from the list. We just added a single view transition wrapper to the video component. And now as we filter using the deferred value helper here so that it can hook in at the right time, that's it. That's it. I finally am seeing the value of deferred value here. We pass search text to this component. It uses whatever it was before on the first render. And then when it changes, it now knows the change is coming. So it triggers the view transition. It then renders the new state and transitions to that. It's so good. But this deferred value wrapper here tells React, hey, when this value changes, you now have two states. You have the deferred version and you have the new version. Go trigger your transitions. That's it. It's literally a 2-line of code change to add something that used to take a PhD in browser performance chaos and also screwing up the way your code base works too. It's so good. I'm so hyped on this. Yeah. This was Seb Markbridge's like baby, which is crazy because he's the server components guy, but he just really wanted to make view transitions happen and he went ham to do it. I'm pumped for him. This is such a cool thing. And if that was all they were talking about here, I'd be hyped, but it goes way further. So we need to talk about activity. In past updates, we shared that we were researching an API that would allow components to... In past updates, we shared that we were researching an API that would allow for components to be visually hidden and deprioritized, preserving UI state with reduced performance costs relative to unmounting or hiding with CSS. I have done so many hacks for this in the past. The level of depth I've went to with portals just to keep an element's state around when it was being removed from the DOM is obnoxious. Now there's a built-in component for it. Activity is a new component to hide and show parts of the UI. When an activity is visible, it's rendered as normal. When it is hidden, it's unmounted, but it will still save its state and continue to render at a lower priority than anything visible on the screen. Do you know how useful this is? Now, if you have an input box and you switch to a different place in the UI, you go to a different page and you go back, the state of that input box will be persisted. Now, if you have a counter component and you navigate to the wrong tab or you click something you thought was a button, but it's actually a link and you go back, it's still there. I see chats catching on already. Classic reverse portal, basic kind of visibility. Oh my, is it Christmas or something? Right? Right? This is so good. It's so good. Now you can render an element and have it own its state without having to deal with all the chaos from local storage to conditional rendering to hiding via CSS to having the VDOM caring about it and taking priority from other things. If you have some slow thing you want to kick off the render for as soon as possible without blocking the main UI, you can just do it now. And as others are catching on to, React Router is going to have so much fun with this. Absolutely agree. Routers are going to be able to do crazy stuff with this for pre-rendering different routes so that not only do we know what HTML will be on the next page, we actually have the React structure for it done too. This makes routing, you can do crazy stuff with routing with this. I'm so excited. Yeah. The one major note they call out here before we go deeper, effects don't mount when an activity is hidden. So if you have a use effect in a component wrapped in an activity that's hidden, the use effect won't run. Its state will persist, but the effect will not run. If you switch an activity from visible to hidden, the effect will clean up. So you will still get that return cleanup function, but you will not have it run when it is inside of the activity. This is part of why it's so performant, why you can render giant things that are super heavy in activities, leave them hidden, and it won't meaningfully affect your performance. I love chat catching on to this. Perfect for transitions. God damn it. I have to start using React again. Not even pre-rendering, just instant browsing history stuff. Yes, it's so cool. So cool. So let's take a look at the examples they have. Restoring state with activity. When a user navigates away from a page, it's common to stop rendering the old page. Yes, this is how pretty much every router works in React. It's one of the reasons why we tell people to put their state in the URL, because they're going to lose it when you navigate otherwise. But as they say here, if the user goes back to the old page, the previous state is lost. So if home has an input field, the user leaves the page and the input gets unmounted, now the text they typed is gone. Activity lets you change the visibility of other things like that. So now home is visible if you're on /, otherwise it's hidden, so it's not rendered at all. But it does exist still, so its state is persisted. And here's the example. Let's search for a video. Let's type F. We go to 4th, and we go back, and it's still in this state. Do you know how annoying it was to do shit like this before? I see chat catching on, all caps from Cooper here. Persistent filters on dashboard without query params. Or Sporto, my hack for caching images in Roundest. Oh God, yeah, that is so much easier. You can just fetch the next image. God, that's so good. Damn, it's so good. Yet people are getting hyped. Like, this is an awesome change. They called out hiding via CSS at the top. The problem with hiding with CSS is your browser still has to do a bunch of work to generate the HTML, put it in the page, then hide it. And it will affect other elements too. This not only is activity not using all of the browser stuff you would be using if you hid via CSS instead, it's also not even using all of React because it's disabling a bunch of things that don't need to be running if the component isn't actually there. So this doesn't run hooks until it's visible. Oh, it's so good. It's huge. You can just render all of your UI in activities, and when you activate it, it will come up way faster. The state will be persistent throughout all of it. I would love to see somebody do a shim on React Router that just wraps everything in activity just to see how it performs. I would be so curious to see. RAM usage go burr. I got all this RAM. I got to use it for something. I don't work with a lot of front end. Even I know this is OP. Yes. You're the ones I'm trying to win, by the way. If you guys don't know, my history is backend. I'm just trying to get you guys as excited about front end stuff as I am, because I have my whole history is backend. I got into React relatively late, and I fell in love with all these cool things they were doing. And I'm just trying to share that love and excitement. And I'm pumped you guys are seeing it and getting it too. Do you see how elegantly this all combines? The transition between the different pages, the state being persisted, the animation as you type. And this isn't crazy custom JS like it would have had to be otherwise. This is just using built-in browser primitives and built-in core React stuff that's just simple component wrappers. It's so cool. Other frameworks previously did animation better than React. I won't pretend otherwise. It took them way too long to catch up. But I feel like they're leapfrogging. As long as you're not a Firefox user, cries and Zen. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyways. As I was hinting at, you can also pre-render using this too. So here we are pre-rendering certain pages like details 1 in order to have it render quicker. To read what they had to say, sometimes you may want to prepare the next part of the UI as a user is likely to... Sometimes you might want to prepare the next part of the UI that a user is likely to use ahead of time, so it's ready by the time they are ready to use it. It's especially useful if the next route needs to suspend on data that it needs for render, because you can help ensure the data is already fetched before the user even navigates. For example, our app currently needs to suspend to load the data for each video when you select one. We can improve this by rendering all of the pages in a hidden activity until the user navigates. Let's do the show more so we can look at the code here. Here, we're mapping over all the videos and rendering them all in hidden activities. So now they can all fetch. So now when I go to one, it already has its data here. It doesn't have to wait because it can just do all that. And there's no crazy custom code being written here again. We hop into the details. Here we still have the suspense. The suspense can be resolved during an activity. So cool. Effects don't run, but data fetching through suspense boundaries does run. So here we have a use call for fetch video to get the video data. This triggers suspense when it's going. So the suspenseful activity can happen, the component can render and be ready without having to do anything in the DOM yet. And then you just render it. It's so cool. It's unreal. It's this simple. Like there's no crazy transition or animation code anywhere in here. You just wrap things in view transition and you're pretty much done. So nice. This is Facebook loves Relay all over again. It is, but Facebook spends a lot of time trying to like filter the best parts out of what makes Relay work for them, so that we don't have to have a PhD in graph theory in order to get better performance of our web apps. It's like, this is 3 layers of distillation past Relay. We find these small benefits that we can then stack up with browser standards to make something everyone could benefit from. Okay, I know I said this isn't server components, but they do call them out here. SSR with activity. When using activity on a page that uses SSR, there are additional optimizations as well. If part of the page is rendered with mode hidden, then it will not be included in the SSR response. Instead, React will schedule a client render for the component inside that activity while the rest of the page hydrates, prioritizing the visible content on the screen. We have quick at home now, guys. We did it. We can now tell React to not do something on the server, not block the initial render, and then prioritize re-rendering it on client. This is so cool. It's so cool. And it's using the same primitive. You don't have some special do hydrate, don't hydrate. You just use activity the way you would intuitively do it for client-side stuff, and it works on the server too. This is why does React move slower than other frameworks? Yes. It's because they're trying to find the right core primitives that they can use to solve multiple problems at once when the problems are similar enough. And the problem of how to unblock the first byte on a server render, the problem of how to prioritize what to render on client, and the problem of how to render things in the background on client when they're not visible yet. These are all complex problems that intuitively you'd expect to do different things for. But the genius of this team is they'll fight to find the overlap and build something that solves all these problems in one elegant way. And it's actually really cool. It's not always elegant. I mean, look at all the weird arguments for use effect, but sometimes it is, and this looks really elegant. I'm so excited to play with it. One of the coolest parts here. React deprioritizes hydration of content within an activity similar to how suspense content is hydrated at a lower priority. If the user interacts with the page, we'll prioritize hydration within the boundary if needed. We have quick at home. So cool. Future modes for activity. In the future, we may add more modes to activity. For example, a common use case is rendering a modal, where the previous inactive page is visible behind the active modal view. The hidden mode does not work for this use case because it's not visible and is not included in SSR. Instead, we're considering a new mode that would keep the content visible and included in SSR, but keep it unmounted and deprioritized for updates. This makes a lot of sense. When you have a full screen modal open, you don't need the background updating in full. I don't know how common this case is that it needs its own mode, but it's awesome they're thinking about real use cases like modals that block the content underneath. It took Chrome decades to start considering these things. So cool. So that's the end of the now ready to go experimental features that will almost certainly be making it into the main React version in the near future, possibly React 20, possibly sooner. You never know with them. I'm going to play with them a bunch, but there's more here too that we need to dig into, including that IDE plugin. Yeah. Again, they call out that they often change or remove solutions after trying them out. When the solutions that they're working on are shared too early, it can create churn and confusion in the community. To balance being transparent and limiting confusion, we're sharing the problems we're currently developing solutions for without sharing a particular solution that we have in mind. So these aren't things we can play with just yet, and they're not trying to promise a specific solution because they don't want people to get too hyped. We don't want concurrent mode again. God, that was a disaster. What are you asking me about here? So I don't think this will automatically start 150 fetches because it deprioritizes activity when there isn't availability. That's like the whole point, is it's optional. If there are too many things in activity, I'm sure the React scheduler is smart enough to deprioritize all the things in a hidden activity. It might pick the wrong ones, but it will deprioritize them for sure. Curious to see how this looks at scale, though. It'll be very fun to play with. Deprioritization means that if it doesn't do the thing and you just navigate there normally, it just behaves the way it did before. So if you have the RAM, the CPU, and network, and all the things necessary to do that, cool, you can do it. You can render those things. But if you have too much and other things take priority, like inputs, all of the other content on the page that isn't under an activity or is in an activity that's visible, that will take it. Smart unloading. Where specifically does it say that? Last paragraph? The server side part here? Oh yeah. More on this here. They're considering, or another mode they're considering is the ability to automatically destroy state for hidden activities if there's too much memory being used. Since the component's already unmounted, it may be preferable to just destroy the state for the least recently used hidden parts of the app rather than consume too much resource. Yep. Super cool. Anyways, let's go to these performance tools because we need more ways to identify performance. Our friend Aiden, you guys might know, creator of Same, but mostly known for Million.js and React Scan. React Scan is awesome. It's one of the coolest ways to see how your React apps perform. I need to run scan on the page. Cool. Now I run this. No. Not working. You've seen React scan a bunch of my stuff. If you go to my like is React really slow video, one of my best videos I've done recently, you can see in depth the power of React scan. He knows what he's doing. He has been building a lot of very useful performance tools for React. Now the React team is starting to catch up, which is very overdue and very exciting to see. This feature is still in progress. Working on a new set of custom tracks to performance profilers using browser APIs that allow adding custom tracks to provide more information about the performance of your app. Feature is still in progress, so we're not ready to publish docs to fully release it as an experimental feature yet. You get a sneak preview when using experimental versions of React, which will automatically see the performance tracks added to profiles. So here we see custom tracks that you can define in the React code to say, hey, this is when this render starts. And it makes using the React performance stuff, both in the React Chrome extension and in the normal performance tab, significantly easier. This is work being done in parallel with the Chrome team to make the performance tab more useful, which is very needed because I've been spending a lot of time in this tab lately and it is rough. It's so useful and it's so bad. And we need all the help we can get. It has some bugs, so it's not quite ready yet, and they're still collecting feedback. So if you do end up using this and you have feedback for them, definitely let them know. That's the whole point. That's why they're doing this. Another that I am so excited for. Hi, Solid.js. We're catching up finally. It only took us, 8 years? Automatic effect dependencies. When we released hooks, we had 3 motivations. Sharing code between components, thinking in terms of function, not in lifecycle, and supporting ahead-of-time compilation. The first 2 it did great with. The third it did not help with. Since their release, hooks have been successful at helping people share code between components. Hooks are now the favored way to share logic between components, and there are less use cases for render props and higher-order components than there ever were before. Hooks have also been successful at supporting features like fast refresh that were not possible with traditional class components because of how deep the lifecycle was embedded in those components. Now it's a lot easier to do those types of things. I cannot imagine life without fast refresh anymore. It's so good just saving and seeing the change immediately without your state going away. Effects can be hard. No shit. Unfortunately, some hooks are still hard to think in terms of function instead of lifecycles. Effects are a function that triggers on different things, but those things are the lifecycle of your data rather than the lifecycle of the component, even though it does still trigger on the component lifecycle, like on unmounted one. It's confusing. It genuinely is. It's way too hot in here, so I'm going to turn up the AC quick, and then we'll get right back to it. Sorry. Cool. Hopefully I'll feel better in a minute. Anyways. As they say here, effects specifically are still hard to understand, and it's one of the most common pain points that we hear from devs. Last year, we spent a significant amount of time researching how effects were actually being used and how those use cases could be simplified as well as made easier to understand. We found that often the confusion is from using an effect when you don't actually need to. The You Might Not Need an Effect guide covers many cases where effects are not the right solution. And this is a great, if you haven't already read this blog post and you're a React dev, you're doing yourself a disservice. Read this post. It's phenomenal, and it will help you so much with learning the places that you shouldn't actually be doing an effect for. This is a really common one. Combining something like first name and last name and an effect whenever either change, you set it to a new state, just inline it. It's so cheap to calculate this. Just do it during render. Who fucking cares? And this plus compiler means there's a lot of partial states you shouldn't be storing. As I say here, though, even when an effect is the right fit for a problem, effects can still be harder to understand than class component lifecycles were in the past. We believe one of the reasons for confusion is that developers there's a missing word here. Ricky, this wasn't broken yesterday. It might have been, but I didn't notice it. Yeah. We believe one of the reasons for confusion is that developers tend to think of effects from the component's perspective, like a life cycle, instead of the effects point of view, which is the data and what the effect is actually doing. Here's an example. We create a connection, and then we connect the connection on room ID. And we return a disconnect when room ID changes. Because if the room ID changes, we want to disconnect from that room and connect to a new one. Many users would read this code as on mount, connect to the room ID. Whenever room ID changes, disconnect the old room and recreate the connection. But now you're still thinking from the component's perspective, which means you'll need to think of every component lifecycle state to write the effect correctly. This can be difficult, so it's understandable that effects seem harder than class lifecycles when you're viewing it from the component's perspective. I totally agree with this framing, by the way. I think one of the biggest problems people have with the React model is they're thinking about components too much and data flow too little. The beauty of hooks is that the lifecycle is no longer around the component. The lifecycle is instead now around the data being passed to the hook. I didn't think of this as functions versus components. I thought of this as data lifecycles versus component lifecycles. But I'm curious to see how they pitch it here. Effects without dependencies. Instead, it's better to think from the effects perspective. The effect doesn't know about the component lifecycles. It only describes how to start synchronization and how to stop it. When users think of effects in this way, their effects tend to be easier to write and more resilient to being started and stopped as many times as are needed. We spent some time researching why effects are thought of from the component perspective, and we think one of the reasons is the dependency array. Since you have to write it, it's right there and in your face, reminding you of what you're reacting to and baiting you into the mental model of do this when the value changes. When we released hooks, we knew we could make them easier to use with ahead of time compilation. With the React compiler, you're now able to avoid writing use callback and use memo yourself in most cases. For effects, the compiler can insert dependencies for you. So finally, for the first time ever, there will be a real use case for not passing an array to an effect, because right now it makes no sense at all. But in the future, finally, it might actually make some sense. When will a mobile app come out for T3 chat? Probably soon after it's done, which would have to be some amount of time after we start it. With this code, the React compiler can infer the dependencies for you and insert them automatically so you don't need to see or write them. With features like the IDE extension and use event effect, we can provide a code lens to show you when the compiler inserted 4 times that you need to debug, or to optimize by removing a dependency. This helps reinforce the correct mental model for writing effects, which can run at any time to synchronize your component or hook state when something else. Do they actually ship event effect? Oh, this is being killed. I see the latest value, props and state. Okay. I see what this is now. This has changed forms and names a few times. Event effect is really cool. Think of it. Where? Oh, use effect event. Here we are. Think of use effect event kind of similar to something like use. Think of event effect similar to use callback, but it never changes. It's effectively the same thing as stuffing a function into a ref. It can still update and the content can change, but you don't care. You don't want the on visit binding to update, because if it does, your event will run again. You don't want the onVisit binding to change, because if it does, the effect will run again and you don't want it to. This lets you bind a function to whatever data the component has access to without having to trigger updates when you don't intend to. Super, super nice. And will allow you to avoid a lot of the depths being passed into the effect that shouldn't actually trigger the effect changing. Like here, we don't want number of items to trigger the effect. We only want the URL to. So we break out the event effect. So we break out the effect event to use the visited URL and number of items. So we have this all here. And then we pass onVisit to use effect just by calling it in there. No passing, it's just in the same closure. And now this doesn't run on number of items changes like it might have otherwise. Very nice. This took way too long to ship. I totally agree with you guys. It's still not even out properly yet. But I am so hyped that it's not going away. They are actually shipping it. There was another use effect thing they were considering doing that I saw them add and then remove. Use insertion effect, I think. Was it use insertion effect? No, it was a different one. Use resource effect. The legend Lauren was working on this one. Use resource effect was going to be similar, but it would give you an object or data with a cleanup, which I've needed forever. I have an ancient thread of me going back and forth with Dan Abramov, trying to explain to him that sometimes I need to instantiate a thing and have a cleanup for it that doesn't run twice always. And it was so hard to communicate that with him. It's like, here are the 4 hooks I have to write right now. Here's the one I should have to. They kind of got it, never happened, but they're moving in that direction. They are adding the missing pieces to make effects simpler so that they're easier for us to understand and they are less likely to go rogue and destroy our code. And when you combine that with the ID extension that we're about to get to, and it says, hey, you might not want this thing right here because this thing is going to cause this effect to run all the time. You might want to move this out to an event effect so that it is a function that gets called in the effect instead. So much better. As they say in the docs, or as they say in the post, our hope is that automatically inserting dependencies is not only easier to write, but that it makes them easier to understand by forcing you to think in terms of what the effect does and not in the component life cycles. I am so hyped for this change. I've been dancing around it for so long. We need to look into the ID extension. The React compiler is now in RC. It's kind of funny, the RC. But React compiler is pretty ready to go. They're using it for basically everything now at Meta and Facebook. I'm using it for T3 chat. It's been a lifesaver for us. And they're working hard towards shipping the first Semver stable version of the compiler in coming months. Huge. So hyped. That compiler is going to officially be 1.0 Semver stable. Their bar for stable is really high, so know that. But I'm using it on everything I build right now, and it's been so good. But part of the compiler efforts isn't just, oh, it can make your React code faster. It's how it integrates the whole ecosystem in a better way. One of those ways is your IDE. We've begun exploring ways to use the React compiler to provide information that can improve understanding and debugging of your code. One idea we started exploring is a new experimental LSP-based React IDE extension powered by the React compiler, similar to the one used in Lauren's talk at ReactConf. I want to find a teaser of it if she shows it a little here. Take a quick look at this because I haven't seen this in so long.
On the right, so don't feel like you need to read it all. But this essentially shows you what the compiler has compiled. So one way to tell if a component or hook was optimized by the compiler is to look for this little $sign variable up top. And don't worry about how to use this. It's not meant to be used directly. It's really just for the compiler. So one way you can think about this is it's just a big array of values that the compiler can use to cache and retrieve values efficiently.
This is so cool. One of the biggest concerns I saw people have with compiler is that it makes it so people don't understand the code going out. I think most devs don't even understand the code going in. They're just auto-completing anyways, and they don't understand React well enough to have understood how to optimize and memoize properly anyways. So for them, it's a no-op. They just spit out better code. But for those who care deeply, the people who watch a channel like this and are trying to teach the teams they work with how to actually use React, this is huge for us because we can see what comes out of the React component. It becomes way easier to understand how the compiler works and see how it interfaces with the other things you're doing if you can just hover over and see the compiler output. But the extension is going to go so much further than what we're seeing here. I don't remember if there's other deeper examples of it in here or not. Oh, here's a fun one. The React compiler ESLint rules are way better. The current property on a ref cannot be accessed during the render body.
Something sketchy, and then safely skip over this component and continue optimizing everything else. So let me take a look at the compile output again, just to show you what happens. So I just enabled both of the features.
I want to see if there's other good examples in here of the IDE doing cool stuff.
So that's really awesome. Back, and you can see that our red lines are back, but this time it's just around the. So the thumbs down is.
This is just an early preview of what Lauren's been working on. She is an absolute wizard, by the way, if you guys aren't familiar with her work. Also, one of the funniest people you could follow on Twitter. Potatoes, spelt like that. Yeah, super underrated. Forgive and forget is such a good pun with React compiler because it used to be React forget. RC is release candidate. This is not the React compiler RC. She can't help herself. She's a memer. We love Lauren. Anyways, back to the IDE extension, because we've talked a bit about what she has in mind here, and it's really cool. Our idea is that we can use the compiler static analysis to provide more info, suggestions, and optimization opportunities directly in your IDE. For example, we can provide diagnostics for code breaking the rules of React, hover to show if a component and hook are optimized by the compiler or not, or even a code lens to see automatically inserted effect dependencies. The IDE extension is still in early exploration, but we'll share our progress in future updates. The code lens for the automatic effect dependencies is so cool. Like similar to what languages do this? I know Rust does this with the LSP, where you type something and it like has like the gray text behind showing you what it actually is and does. Or like with GitHub and the Git lens plugin here, you can see the gray text there showing this is when I tried to fix Gemini's behaviors. Having that to show you what dependencies an effect has instead of you writing them all, that's so cool. I'm hyped. It's going to be a huge win for all the changes going into React, and it's awesome to see the React team thinking more holistically, more and more. Like React went from a JS library you'd add to change how you update your UI to a suite of tools to build giant applications for teams of all sizes. And the IDE integration is another great example of that, where the code we're writing isn't going to change a whole lot, but the quality of experience we have writing it is just increasing constantly. And I think more and more we're going to see this is the focus of React, not what new APIs can we introduce, what new ways of writing React can we think of. I don't think we'll ever have another hooks moment where they fundamentally change the syntax of React itself. Instead, we're going to see things that remove syntax that probably shouldn't have been there in the first place to make the code as simple as possible so humans and AI can work together in tandem to ship things more effectively. Yes, I had to mention AI somewhere here. I made it this far, okay? Anyways. A couple more cool things they have before we wrap up. Fragment refs. Many DOM APIs, like those for things like event management, positioning, and focus, are difficult to compose when writing with React. This often leads to devs reaching for effects, managing multiple refs, or using APIs like Find DOM Node. Been there, done that. Please never make me do it again. We're exploring adding refs to fragments that would point to a group of DOM elements rather than just a single element. Our hope is that this will simplify managing multiple children and make it easier to write composable React code without having to call a bunch of random DOM APIs. Fragment refs are still being researched. We'll share more info when we're closer to having a final API. Very exciting. I can use that a lot in T3 chat for managing input fields. Speaking of things I can use for T3 chat, gesture animations. Oh, finally. We're researching ways to enhance view transitions to support gesture animations like swiping to open a menu or scrolling through a photo carousel. Shout out Ken Wheeler. If you know, you know. Gestures present a new challenge for a few reasons. Gestures are continuous. As you swipe, the animation is tied to your finger's placement in time, rather than triggering and running to completion. React isn't good at this. React isn't good at partials. React takes a before and after and handles the in-between for you efficiently. It's not as good at things that change every frame. That's not what React does. React says, go use CSS for that. But gestures require that, and finding the right balance here is going to be really challenging. And I like that they're not pretending it isn't. As they said, they're continuous. They don't complete. It's not as simple as it's starting and it's done. When you release your finger, gesture animations can run to completion or revert to their original state, like when you only partially opened a menu, depending on how far you go. That's complex, and React's model does not map well to that. There's also gestures inverting old and new. When you're animating, you want the page you are animating from to stay alive and interactive. This inverts the browser view transition model, where the old state is a snapshot and the new state is the live DOM. Having an old state that's still alive makes this way more complex. Sympathy to them. I hope they can figure out how to do this. We believe we found an approach that works well and may introduce a new API for triggering gestures. We believe we found an approach that works well and may introduce a new API for triggering gesture transitions. For now, we're focused on shipping view transition, and we'll revisit gestures afterwards. Speaking of transitions, someone wanted to say hi. I thought we locked you out, buddy. Hi, Miles. He's been extra needy. I just did 2 trips, so he's not gotten the attention he wants. So he's just asking for it constantly. He's just needing away. My mic's gain floor is too high, so you can't hear him. Shoulder time? Come on. I just trimmed his nails, so they're a little shorter than usual, so he's a little nervous climbing me right now. But shoulder's his favorite spot. Hey, buddy, I know. I know. We'll hang more soon, I promise, but I need to finish filming. Is that okay? Okay, we'll finish the video with him on my shoulder. What's left? Concurrent stores. When we released React 18 with concurrent rendering, we also released useSync External Store, one of the coolest and also most broken APIs in React. It does not handle concurrent rendering at all. They can support it, but they do it by forcing a sync render whenever the store updates. This is cool, except for the fact that it breaks things like transitions entirely. So if you're using a library heavily relying on sync external store, good luck, have fun. Okay, Cat is leaving. Be right back. He left a wet spot on my desk. fucking cat, he just like drools and covers everything in water because he loves playing in fucking water. Anyways. I had one of my sleeves rolled up too. One sec. Fight those. Cat's already howling in the hallway now that he's been locked out. Okay. I'm feeling better now. Anyways. As we were saying, Sync External Store breaks suspense and a bunch of the other fun new concurrent features. So if you're using a library with it, it breaks other things. I know it's one of the biggest frustrations that people like Tanner Lindsley have with React in its current state. And they're finally revisiting the problem space to create a primitive to fully support concurrent external stores with the use API. So you can call use store and implement a store in a way that is friendly to React's concurrency, suspense, and all these other cool things that the third-party devs making React so cool all really want access to. This might be the shortest, simplest section here, but it's one of the most important and shows to a lot of like the core people building around React that we will have the missing pieces to do the next era of dev tools very soon. And things like React Query are going to get so much better when this all finally ships. I am so hyped with all the cool things coming to React. I missed these labs posts so much, and it's incredible having them back. Huge shout out to everybody involved here. Thank you. Yeah. Shout out to Ricky for letting me know this is coming a little bit early so I could prepare accordingly. By a little early, I mean yesterday, literally just one day, but so nice. I really feel like the React community is working extra hard to understand, or more every day I feel more like the React team is trying to bridge the gap between it and the community, despite the community growing to unbelievable sizes. And I think, as I tend to, the future of React is really bright. And I still think, as I tend to, that the future of React's incredibly bright. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more done. So I want to lower my mic. I feel like it's too high right now. There we go. Now we're talking. A+. Cool. One more vid done. That's not my channel. It's the wrong browser, that's why. Oh shit, Brandon with the huge gift bomb right as I come back. Oh, spelled that wrong, that's fine, the end aren't used. Thank you so much, Brandon McConnell, for the huge gift bomb, man. Good to see you. Hope you got back fine from React Miami. What a trip that was. Thank you so much for the 25 bomb here. We're at a level 7 hype train right now. What the fuck? When did that even start? Did he just gift us all the way up to level 25 or level 7 with the 25 bomb? That's hilarious. Thank you so much for kickstarting that, man. Thank you, Wesley, for the tier 3 for 36 months, the 3-year tier 3 legend tier. Dan Vale throwing the 1,000 bits to force us up to level 8. Will it do it? No, we got way more bits left, sadly. God damn. Thank you all so much for the support. Yeah, everybody's being crazy generous. I'm certainly not complaining either. It means a ton. Thank you guys all so much. Thank you guys all for the support. It's been a fun stream today. I was not saying you had to drop more, Dan. God damn it. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Curious how you're feeling about all the chaos in the gaming world now. We can chat more later. But thank you so much for the support. And Bimtron for the sub as well. Let's get this moved over. I've decided I don't care enough about the style components thing. Yeah, I think I have enough there to say. Yeah. I very much want your thoughts on some recent Bethesda stuff. Can you learn React Native without programming experience? Yeah, I would start with React Web first just to get a better feel for React's primitives, because there's a lot of weird things that'll happen as soon as you invoke native anything. The more you can learn in the browser, the better. But this is from OpenAI Food, right? Yeah, I love this dude. Classic bug. Love O4's hyphens. And my thoughts on the Discord thing. Discord's needed new leadership for a long time. I'm very excited to see what can happen there. Only things are unlikely to get worse is all I'll say. Okay, I think I'm killing this video. Yeah. This looks like it'll be a very fun one. I'll do that eventually for sure. I think I want to do this one. I've been idling on this one for a while. Yeah, leg cord. Thank you for pushing us to level 8, Artem. Our mobile app's going to be a hybrid of us building it, Infinite Red building it, and I might pull one other person in to help too. It stopped right at level 7. Thank you guys all for the support. Really appreciate it. We're at a crazy number of sub points again. I haven't seen 1,000 there in a while, so that means a ton. Sorry for neglecting you guys, YouTube chat. There's funding over here. Thank you for the famous drop in there, Val. Sorry for not noticing it earlier properly, but you got your spot in the video. The UI is trash for Twitch. Don't worry too much about it. The Prime sub gives us like $2.50 a month that otherwise just goes into a bucket and does nothing just because you have an Amazon Prime subscription. You have to link your Amazon account to your Twitch account, but don't worry too much about it, seriously. It's nice because you won't get ads, and I get a little money, but it's not enough that it's worth like going out of your way for, so don't worry too much about it. Thank you for the thought, though. Really appreciate it. I tried really hard to ask T3 Chat everything I would usually Google this month, and I even spent several nights having conversations with it when I was bored and lonely, and you still only got to 500 messages for the month. I don't know how people keep hitting 1,500 plus. We have one person that I'm chatting with that got to like 7K messages in ChatGPT on the like $200 a month pro tier, and I'm giving him unlimited everything on T3 Chat just so I could learn from him. Yeah, I want to understand those people better. I'm not one of them, though. Okay, I think I have the concept for this one. Let's do it. In case you didn't notice, I'm a bit of an AI bro right now. I know it was sudden for me too. It took a while for me to really start seeing the benefits every day from all of these cool new AI tools. And honestly, it was the introduction of DeepSeek that really made me shift over. When I saw that these things weren't just crappy, expensive APIs coming from these big companies, but was a whole open source ecosystem of people pushing the technology forward, I knew I wanted to get a little bit deeper. And as I started using things like Cursor more, and I started playing with cool chat apps and building my own and learning all this stuff, it's fair to say AI has like fully rewired my brain at this point. This is a video idea I had a long time ago, before T3 Chat even happened. I've been thinking about this forever. I have a little list I've been slowly adding things to of the stuff that has come up as I have these conversations with people. I want to take the time to sit here and formalize how AI has changed the way I think about what I'm building and the actual building, and more generally, the way I navigate technology. This isn't going to be your usual like AI hype bro, it's going to take over the world stuff. This is really going to be focused on like the practical day-to-day, how I work with AI stuff every day, and the ways it's changed my flow in unexpected fashion. The goal would be to help you guys do in a few months what took me a few years in terms of adopting these things. Take what you like, throw away what you don't. Let me know what you find interesting in the comments. Before we can get started, we do have bills to pay. Quick word from today's sponsor, and we'll be right back. Cool. I'm going to start with a short and simple one. I'm a curious person. I regularly have weird questions about things. Like, here's one I literally had a few days ago when I was watching a YouTube video. How old is the sun? Previously, I would do !G to use DuckDuckGo's bangs to go search Google. If you're not familiar with bangs, it's a really cool way to change where a search goes. And I built my own search engine, Unduck, just to let me search platforms that I like to a little bit faster without having to do a crappy DNS lookup. I have a whole video. Theo made a search engine. You can go find it. It's fun. One of the things I did that wasn't even like a core idea of why I built it, someone else suggested, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. So I added a T3 bang. So you can do !T3 at the end of the query to Unduck, and it will immediately open it as a search on T3 Chat. Well, not as a search, as a chat. I have found this to be incredibly useful. I do this more than I Google now. I did not expect this to be as core to my flow as it has become, but I can't tell you how many times I'm like, ffmpeg command to convert MOV to H.265 MP4 1080p fast Mac accelerated. And I'm like, oh, that's too specific for a good Google query. !T3 instead. And there's my command. It's so good. It's so useful. And it makes me way more excited to finally have a desktop app in the near future for T3 Chat, because I can have a hotkey dedicated to doing that. That isn't just I'm in my browser and I'm doing the new tab view. And that's all this is, by the way. That's not Raycast or Space, or that's not Raycast or like, what's it called? The Spotlight, the Mac one. This is just in my browser, Zen, a new tab pulls up this really nice UI, and I search this with T3 chat instead of Google, and it is so helpful. I see people in chat saying they do this all the time for things like random Git commands and stuff because it's annoying to keep track of all of it. And I totally agree. I have been blown away at how useful this has been for me. What are you learn at the age of 15? Go build things. Just go build that SaaS. If you have something you wish existed, go build it. That's the best way to learn by far. Just keep building, keep asking questions. The worst question is, what should I do? The best question is, how do I do this thing? I'm running into the specific problem. Go build shit. The more you build, the better you'll be. Always. Cool. Back to this though. Yeah. So the first thing I wanted to bring up is that I don't use search the way I used to. You should still have good search skills. I've had plenty of times where AI couldn't answer a problem and I had to go do some crazy Google searching myself to find the like deep niche info I was looking for. And as cool as tools like deep research are, they're too slow and wrong too often for me to rely on them when I'm trying to find a specific piece of documentation about a certain error code I got in a particular niche technology. Or if I'm fighting Safari weird browser behaviors that even Apple hasn't documented, there's no world in which AI is going to get that stuff right. It just isn't. And building the gut feel for what AI can and can't answer, it's a similar skill to learning how to use Google and remove the specifics from your search so you can find a generic enough thing. Like, it's a silly thing, but you learn at a young age when you use Google heavily, when you're looking up an error, you start with just the error code. And if that doesn't work, you remove the error code entirely because it's too specific. It isn't necessarily relevant to the thing you're searching for. And getting good Google foo in that way is a skill. And I've found that that skill is more important now because the simple searches are better handled with AI tools. There's a catch though. AI tools are good at the specific thing, like the example I just gave with the ffmpeg command. A Google search that specific is unlikely to get you the result you're looking for, but it's a simple request. AI is really good at simple things, even if they're specific. AI is not great at complex things, especially when they're specific and niche enough. So, yeah, checks and balances. I've been liking this more than I ever thought I would. I was skeptical when I added the feature. And now I'm doing it more than I'm doing Google searches, which I never thought would happen. I never thought a tool would actually meaningfully disrupt where Google is in my workflow, and it has. So take it as you will. I found it incredibly useful. I just realized that the vast majority of the stuff I have in this list is dev specific. So I'm going to make a whole separate section we'll get to in a bit for the developer brain stuff, because I want to talk a bit more about the general things. So if you're not interested in how like AI's changed how I navigate the web, just fast forward a little bit. You'll get to the dev part in a second, but I want to do one more thing on this first, which is how do I put this? I don't trust people based on what they're saying anymore. This is another one of those like Google foo type skills where as you use the internet and you use these tools and technologies, you have to learn what you can and can't trust in them and what signals are useful. Like, an example of this would be on Reddit. You could have two replies from different people. One says, this is a really good solution to the problem. And one says, this sucks. You don't know what you're talking about. A skill you'll learn is to go to the person's post history and see what else they talk about, to see whose experience is more aligned with yours, to figure out whose like experience is more likely to tell you about yourself and be useful information to you. The who is more important than what when you're looking at something someone says very often. generally speaking, you should take the advice of somebody like me who's putting their name and face and work out there more seriously than a random anime profile picture commenter on Twitter. But in the same way, if you see somebody posting constantly about every single technology within seconds of a thing happening, like as a reply, like I make a post and almost instantly there's a reply that seems like it kind of gets it, but also kind of doesn't. I've always had people in the community that had this weird uncanny valley feel where they would say the right words, but the underlying knowledge was kind of missing. Like they would say things that, even if you kind of know what you're doing like decently well, would seem like they were really experienced, but were just off slightly. And I've seen this a lot. And now more than ever, it is prevalent. The number of people doing everything from replying on Twitter to posting resumes into random piles that are letting AI like take the wheel and carry them through it. I am so much more skeptical of people online than I've ever been now. And for the most part, that's a good thing. You should be hard to impress. You shouldn't just trust something because someone said it. You should trust the person before you care about what they're saying. Obviously, you build the trust by seeing what they say, seeing what they do, and like putting the pieces together. But the who matters more than ever, and learning to avoid the grifters, the liars, the generators, people who don't actually get what they're talking about is more important than ever. Because previously, someone knowing the right words to describe a thing was a good enough indicator that they kind of knew what was going on. That's not the case at all anymore. You need a lot more than language to identify somebody is good at what they do. Something I built for myself a while back, like a mental model, is a set of red flags that I use to write someone off. It's so important with the prevalence of people sharing information online that you have things you know well enough that if someone is wrong about it, you will stop paying attention to them. One of my favorite examples of this is actually in the Apple world, Batterygate. I will ask you, chat, what is Batterygate? Describe Batterygate to me. 2 sentences or less if you can. I won't be too mean, I promise. Probably. It was the iPhone 6. Okay, throttling is an important word here. Okay, we're seeing some of this here. Apple lowering device performance to conserve battery health. But notice there's a difference between these two. Apple lowering device performance to conserve battery health versus Apple slowing phones down to save battery. Do you see the difference between these two statements? What actually happened with Batterygate was Apple noticed that the iPhone 6, which was their first bigger phone, had a problem where the battery health was degrading faster than usual. People seem to think a battery has like juice in it and the amount of juice it can fit goes down, when in reality, battery degradation means the characteristics of how it delivers wattage change as the battery gets older over time. And one of the ways that a degraded battery behaves differently is that it changes from a low output to a high output much slower. Apple noticed that a number of users, especially in cold climates with an iPhone 6, were having a problem where their phone would shut itself off when they did certain things, like opening up an app. The problem there was that in order for the processor to go to its full speed, you'd have to meaningfully increase the voltage that the phone was like getting from its battery. That's because opening an app is a really CPU-intensive task. Going from storage to memory and the processor moving things over and booting up the app, getting everything loaded and instantiated, takes a lot of power. So when you're on the home screen, you're using like 5% of your processor. When you open the app, you're temporarily using 100%, which means that the amount of power being drawn from your battery goes up a ton for a little bit. The problem here is that as the wattage demand goes up, as the power demand for the processor goes up really fast, the battery goes from sending a very small amount of power to a lot of power really fast. The battery is degraded, it won't be able to meet that demand, and the phone will shut down. So Apple pushed an update that would make it so your phone still goes the same speed. Your phone isn't slower. It's slower to get to the max speed. It's not changing how many miles per hour the car can go. is changing the 0 to 60 time. And they did that to reduce the chance your phone shuts itself off and to help preserve the battery health over time. This got framed as Apple doing planned obsolescence, intentionally slowing your phone down in order to force you to go buy a new one. Apple's the only company ever to go that hard to try and keep your phone from being a bad experience years after it came out, because Apple's the only major phone manufacturer with a business incentive to keep you using the phone for years after you bought it. It's actually really funny how they're the only company not doing planned obsolescence in many ways. And also, this is an example of them doing the opposite of planned obsolescence. It's them trying really hard to preserve your phone and its health so you can keep using it for longer, because that's their goal. Apple wants you to keep your phone for as long as possible. And if you upgrade, they want you to give it to your daughter or to your friends so they get into the ecosystem. Apple does not want their devices to fail. It's very obvious. The reason I brought this whole tangent up is it is so useful for me when I filter out dumbasses. When I see somebody talking shit on Apple and they suddenly mention Batterygate as proof Apple hates their users, it's like, oh, I can hit the mute button and never pay attention to you again, because you don't look into the things you talk about. You wield them as weapons against things you don't understand. I'm not going to say you're a bad person, but I am going to say you're a dumb one, or at the very least, bad faith. I'll let you pick which you are. Regardless of which one it is, I'm going to ignore you and move on with my life. It is so important now more than ever to have a mental framework for these things. When someone says something stupid enough about a thing you know well, write them off. But if somebody says something that counters your view of it, and they have enough experience in the space that you could learn something from them, do that too. Like when I talk about Flutter, I think it's a tragedy, but there are people in the Flutter community that do a good job of framing the strengths of it to me such that we can have deep conversations about it. But the moment one of them says something stupid like, well, it's better than a web view like you do with React Native, it's like, oh, you don't actually understand any of this, do you? And having these frameworks in your head on when to ignore somebody's bullshit has never been more important than it is today. Speaking of which, AI loves to fall for that bullshit. I guarantee if you asked AI about Batterygate, it's going to tell you all about Apple's planned obsolescence and cite that bullshit fucking lawsuit that Apple settled because it was cheaper than dealing with. Yeah. Good comment. I guess AI didn't change much in this context. A lot of people on the internet are stupid with or without AI. Absolutely. The difference is they will sound much more intelligent and they'll use a bunch of the right words now when they wouldn't have before because the AI will help them use the right wording. Most opinions are justifiable with the wrong information, and AI makes it so easy to find or even make up that information, and that's a genuine disaster for information economy and like the state of truthiness online. So these are real things we need to look out for, and things that, like, to be fair, the topic's rewiring my brain. These are things my brain was already wired for, but I'm using these wires in my brain more than I ever have. Anyways, that's enough about like the general stuff. We need to talk about my dev brain and how absolutely fucked it has been since AI stuff started happening. Let's start with how I pick technologies. I'm sure this doesn't come as a surprise to many of you guys, but I love new tech. I love new solutions to problems that I fight every day. When I see somebody building like a new sync engine, a new way to deal with APIs, new TypeScript tools to have better type inference across your applications, this whole channel kind of got kickstarted because I fell in love with TRPC. Technologies and the cool things you can do with them really drive me and push me to do cool stuff. It's where a lot of my motivation comes from. I love it. Which is why it's hard for me to say the thing I'm about to say. There will never be another T3 stack. When I made the T3 stack, when I started the T3 stack, one of the big focus points and the reasons I did it was that I missed the era I started where we had Rails, then Mean, then Mern. When I got started, it was still LAMP stack back in the day. But the idea that these moments in time these communities, these movements, these technologies had a term that encapsulated the moment. It wasn't just a stack. It's not like, oh, you use these 4 things together. It represented an era and a way of thinking. And I felt like we hadn't had one of those in a while, and I wanted one, even if it wasn't relevant at all, which I didn't think T3 stack was ever going to go anywhere. I used it as a way to encapsulate how I was thinking about building, this idea of modern full stack type safety. Because mean and mern happened before TypeScript was used on the backend in a meaningful way. And I loved that. And T3 stack was so good for these things. So why am I saying there will never be another? Is it because T4 is already doing really well? No. It's because the technologies we use today are what the AI is trained on. Staying power has always been a problem. We see that because Python is still a language people use. If something gets popular enough, you can never get rid of it, no matter how bad it is. And I don't want this to be a conversation about how good or bad React is. You all have your opinions. I'm not going to change them right here. React is relevant, though, and I would hope no one would disagree with that. React is used in so many places, and more importantly, it has a huge ecosystem of tools and a shitload of good open source material that is used as reference in all of the training for all of these things. The massive size of the body of work for React and the tools that we use around it has basically guaranteed them a position like we've never seen before. Same to things like Python, to be fair. I don't think we're going to have another massive, even something like the hooks moment in React where we changed how we wrote React. That can't happen again. And that's because these AI tools make us so much faster that a 20% improvement on our developer experience or a 10% improvement in the performance of our apps is no longer enough if it also means a 70% decline in the accuracy of the AI tools that we're building with. The things we use every day in terms of the languages, the syntaxes, and the model we build around is unlikely to change the way that it has for the last 10 years. And as much as I loved doing the T3 stack, and I really was hoping something else similar would come and truly surpass it, I don't think it can. I just don't. It's going to be more a hobbyist thing. It's like there used to be a lot of fighting on who could build the coolest new CPU architecture. Like random people were building processors in their garages. And then they got sophisticated enough and established enough, and the things we use them on became standardized enough that the idea of building your own processor is kind of funny now. I'm scared that building your own framework is going to get there too. I could be wrong. I have a whole video about this React's the last framework that's coming out soonish. It might already be out by the time this one's out. It was a blonde hair video, so it's ancient. I really need to post it, but you get the idea. I'm not confident that the tools we use today are ever going to be replaced, at least on the developer language framework library side. So what does this mean? It means I pick a little differently. More than ever, I pick based on popularity. A thing I've tried to drive home throughout all of my content for a long time now is the idea that being early to something hurts as much as it helps, if not more so. The example I've always loved to give is mobile apps. Imagine it's 2001. You see how fast mobile applications are developing. You see how fast the hardware is improving. You dearly love the smartphone in your pocket, and you know the future isn't going to be computers, it's going to be phones. So you decide, I'm going to go all in. I'm going to be the best mobile dev that ever lived. I'm going to be the industry leading expert in Java applets for BlackBerry phones and Kyocera too. 5 years pass, the iPhone comes out. 1 more year passes, the App Store comes out. Are you better off or worse off than somebody who decided to get into mobile dev a year or two after the App Store? You got an 8-year lead, yet you're behind them because you just lost so much time investing in the wrong thing. That doesn't mean it was the wrong thing to do, though. If you had that passion and excitement about the thing, you would not have been satisfied not doing it. And you should do the thing that motivates you. But you shouldn't feel like you're being left behind if you don't get to it early enough. Follow your excitement. If you're hyped on Svelte or Solid follow your excitement. If you're hyped on Solid or Svelte or Flutter or new programming languages like Elixir, don't let me hold you back from that. Go do it. But if you're learning it because you feel like you have to and you're scared of falling behind, don't learn things based on fear, ever. That's the worst motivator. You won't ever actually understand the thing you're learning if you're only doing it because you're scared of the alternative. Pick things because they solve problems you have or they fit things you care about well. Don't pick it because you want to be ahead. Don't pick it because you're scared of falling behind. This was always the case, to be clear. Was there an advantage to being one of the people who understood TRPC early? Yeah, absolutely. But you're not going to be that much more hireable than somebody who was all in on GraphQL. TRPC was a huge advantage for me, not because it made me a really lucrative person on the marketplace for companies trying to acquire an engineer. It was good because it let me move faster than a team of 5 people. But that was the main reason I was picking different technologies. Before, I picked technologies based on what made me fastest, without compromising on the quality of what I shipped. Something like TRPC was awesome because it gave the full stack security that something like GraphQL gave, without requiring the huge overhead and buy-in that GraphQL demanded. TRPC allowed me to ship at a similar quality and speed to TRPC let me ship at the same quality level GraphQL enabled, just 10 times faster, and as a single engineer. It was incredible. But as Emily just put it, the trailblazers are the ones who fall off the cliffs. And as incredible as TRPC is, and I still stand behind it, betting on something like that today would be a huge risk. Not just because it might not take off and there might never be the right training data for the AI tools to do. It's because the AI tools are closing that gap. There was a thing Prime said in a video a while back that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but it was like a vibe that I really got. If you guys haven't noticed, I type fucking fast. I'm around 140 to 150 WPM. On my new Kinesis, I'm only at 100 so far, but that was with 2 hours of practice. I will be good on that soon. One of the reasons I can ship fast is because I can type as fast as I think. And since I can type so fast, I can get ideas out of me. But if the syntax is super verbose, my typing speed can only get me so far. So I would pick solutions that let me write things in a simpler way so that I could get the idea out faster. Otherwise, the ADHD wins. And if the idea is complete and I'm only halfway done typing, I don't finish the file. I know myself that well. I was a bit of a Vim guy. I was never deep on it. But the thing Prime said that stuck with me is that, like, I'm sure you guys have seen how Prime gets around Vim. He flies in that editor. His ability to hop to the right file, get to the right line, rip some chunk from it, replace it with something, move somewhere else and drop it. Like, he moves through Vim as fast as he thinks. Most developers have never experienced that feeling before, of moving through their code base and making changes at the same speed they're thinking about it. They're held back by a bunch of different things. They're held back by the tools they've used. They're held back by bad technology decisions they've made and bad architectural decisions they made long times ago. Or worse, other people on their team made that haven't worked at the company for 5 years. They're held back by their typing speed. They're held back by their typing speed. They're held back by their editor and not using Vim, or using Vim but using it wrong. They're held back by TypeScripts they're held back by their LSP being way too slow. They're held back by all these different things. And AI can help them not be as held back. And the magic feeling that a lot of people got the first time they used an AI tool wasn't, oh shit, this can write code I couldn't have written myself. There's a lot of that nowadays. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But for a lot of people, it was, holy shit, I can get code out as fast as I think about it. Prime and I already had that. We can code as fast as we think. But part of that was the way we set up our systems. Part of that was the way that we set up our code bases. And part of that was compromises we would make about things. Like, it's part of why I'm so anti-testing. AI tools let most people have their prime moment, their Vim God moment, arguably before they even deserve it. Like, you should have had to work in code bases for years before you feel that fluid, where you feel like you can go from thought to code that aggressively. And what the AI tools have enabled is for people who have way less experience to move at that same velocity. It doesn't matter what direction they're moving in, because this is the most important piece. AI allows you to move really fast, and it doesn't give a shit which direction you're going in. Usually, when people get really fast at a thing, their process to get fast at it has also helped them improve at directing themselves in it. Like, imagine somebody who got really, really fast at racing a car, but doesn't know how a steering wheel works. The fastest land speed racer that doesn't know how to navigate a map. That's kind of what I've seen AI tools doing, is people who don't know how to navigate yet are getting speed that they have no right to. But this isn't about the concerns I have with AI. This is about how my personal brain was rewired. And the effect this had on me is I care less about those things than I used to. I'm going back to technologies that I had left behind because of a combination of things. The fact that there's more training data, so the AI is better at it, but also the more tedious parts of it that I was frustrated with are automated away. Things that I would have hated to do before, like a giant, I'll just show you guys a file in the T3 chat code base. Here is a gigantic file where we defined all of the models for T3 chat. It's an 893 line file. This is something I would have avoided writing at basically all costs before. But now, if I need to make a change to something, like I want to change name to model name, rather than like doing the crazy command D foo or vim selects to hit all the right instances of name to change it, I can just start typing model name. And now I get type errors. I go down here. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Jump 2. Jump 2. It's just doing it. No effort. I'm just pressing tab over and over again. Or I can command K, change name to model name. Command K selects the area you're in, but you get the idea. I can command I and tell it to do it to the whole file. These types of things that previously required a certain level of editor familiarity and fluidity don't at all anymore. And you can fly through your editor just as fast as a Vim God can to some amount. And yes, there is rename symbol. I know that exists. Rename symbol works great for things that are inferring the right way, but it does not work anywhere near as well when you're doing satisfies and other pieces like that. So it's checks and balances. But even then, like, if you use the rename symbol feature, you need to know what it is, how it works, how to access it, and what its limitations are. Or I can command I, change name to model name. And now it will just do it. Well, it will hold itself up at a weird random spot because Gemini loves to tell you what it's going to do and then not do it. I'm sure they'll fix it soon. Oh, it's actually going to do it this time? Look at that. It's going through and changing all of these properly for us. And since I, as I'm sure many other devs do, have ADHD, I can be in Chrome doing other things at the same time. I think that is cool. I necessarily think it's good. I think it's cool as hell. I'm going to reject the changes. I don't need those, but you get the idea. A lot of the types of technical decisions I would have made before are changing because I don't need to build my tech stack around agility the same way I previously did. But I do need to build my tech stack around AI in other ways that are important. Things like monorepos. They still suck. And now I'd argue more than ever, if you give most AI models a giant monorepo and say, fix this, it won't even know where to start. You got to add that context yourself. But if the repo is small enough, you can vibe code away and have a pretty good time. So I'm becoming less and less monorepo pilled every day, and I find myself desperately wanting, and I can't even believe I'm saying these words, well-isolated microservices. I can't believe I'm even saying that I'm in favor of this right now, but I am. I've had a lot of luck with this in a handful of projects. One of the biggest ones is PickThing. I had rebuilt PickThing like 6 times, roughly. 3 real honest efforts to rebuild this project because I need it for my channel. If you're not familiar, PickThing is a tool that lets you dump a bunch of images, and it removes the backgrounds and gives you a nice little dashboard where you can one-click, copy, and then go paste them. So I use Affinity as my photo editor of choice. You can use Photoshop or whatever else. And once it opens, native software is so fast. Why would you ever use Electron, Theo? That is one of the fastest native apps I use, and it still takes fucking a minute and a half to open. Yeah. So here is Affinity. And now I just Command V. And here is a photo of me with the background very well removed. Even like individual hairs are preserved. If you know, you know. This tool is either really useful to you or entirely useless to you. And for 99% of people, it fits in the useless category. So why am I talking about it? Talking about it because of the URLs. Look at this URL and something that's a little better for looking at a URL. You'll notice something. It's coming from image.engineering. What is image engineering? There's a couple things. Something to see. It's an unfinished side project, but the way I used it here is as a microservice. Every other time I tried building PickThing, I built the image background removal as part of the app layer. So the database model would have... So the first 2 times I built this, the database model was somewhat complex. Images had a source URL, a status, a background removed URL, and they would come from a queue that would go through all the images currently pending background removal and remove them in batches, update the database, and you would be sitting there waiting in the UI. I was just polling every 5 seconds to see the update. And I kept going out of my way to clean up rough edges, refine, and fight the queue over and over. I spent so much time fighting all the different queuing systems to try and make this work generate efficiently in the background without hitting rate limits on different services. And then I realized I had a clean cut point. What if I just render the image from a URL that's a different service? What if I upload the image and then I pass the background removed URL, or what if I just upload the image and then I pass the URL to another service, in this case, image engineering. I have this new image URL. This is the URL that would be embedded on the page. And just embedding it on the page triggers a fetch. Now this exists in a different service that checks the URL, makes sure it's one from my application on upload thing. And if it is, we check the cache to see if we have it already in our background removed cache. If we do, we return the cache entity. If we don't, we try to trigger a background removal. Now, the status of the images and their background removals does not live in this code base at all. I could open source the entire PickThing code base and you would get a nice UI for managing the images and a half-baked Stripe implementation out of it. You wouldn't get the actual thing that does the image removals because that is a separate service I built on Cloudflare, image engineering. And image engineering is a super simple input-output. You give it an image URL as a query param, and you get back the image with the background removed. You can hit it as many times as you want with as many URLs as you want, and it doesn't care. It scales horizontally forever because it's built on workers. Problem solved. And that made this code base comically simpler. My intuition would have been, if I had a version where everything was a monolith And I had a version where I had the main service and then 2 microservices, because funny enough, I had a separate image engineering thing for the optimization of the images to change the resolution so you can embed them in a smaller like format and not the full 4K or whatever. I figured main app plus 2 microservices would be significantly more code. It ended up being significantly less because I could solve the image problem with a really simple input-output and clean the hell out of that path. And now the app code is way simpler too. And the magical realization of, oh, when you have the right cut point here, microservices aren't that bad. But if you pick the wrong point, they suck. All of that said, if I had guessed when I first built this application that the right microservice would be the URL I'm putting the image in the DOM with, I would have said, fuck you, what are you saying? Like that just would, I would never have guessed that. But since I built this the wrong way twice, I could figure out the right way to build it soon after. And this is going to become a theme that we'll be playing into with this AI rewiring my brain thing. Building things the wrong way is faster than ever, and sledgehammering them and replacing them with the right way is cheaper than ever. I want to see this XKCD before I go too deep into this point. I wish these parts could communicate more easily. Ooh, this new technology makes it easy to create arbitrary connections, integrating everything. Oh, there's so many connections. It's creating bugs and security holes. Oh, now this new technology will make it easy to enclose arbitrary things in secure sandboxes. Yep. So to be clear, the reason I did this is because I want the most minimal communication between these parts, because the more they communicate, the more complex the app becomes inherently, and it doesn't need to be. Love that XKCD, though. They're almost always on point. So let's break down what I was just saying here. Building wrong is right. I used to spend way too much time trying to figure out how I wanted to build the things that I wanted to build. I would sit there and think about it way too much. Even on things where it didn't matter that much, like how should I manage state across these 3 different components? Now my path is really simple. Step 1, I build it the easy way. Step 2, I fix the things that break because I did the easy thing. And step 3, I replace it with the hard thing that fixes the chaos I built myself into. This is how I build now. When there is an easy solution to the problem, especially if it's like simple too, and easy and simple are different things. Hard to explain, but simplicity is clarity. Ease is velocity, effectively. There are things you can do quickly, like copy paste something in 5 places that are not necessarily simple because now you have 5 places you have to change things. But if you have an easy and simple solution to a problem that might have issues down the road, I just do it that way now. And I solve the down the road problem once I'm down that road myself. It's a good point from chat. Kind of reflects how I iterate startup building too. You focus on getting it early in the rough shape rather than spending months trying to perfect the solution in your head. Also, simplicity versus ease. Simplicity is effort to understand, ease is effort to do. Very good points. One thing I will emphasize is that this isn't just startup mindset. I see a lot of people write off my way of building as though this is for startups. I could just say, no, you're wrong, but I'll appeal to it a little bit. Do you know what big companies are composed of? Teams. Do you think all those teams work in the same code base all of the time? If you do, you've never actually worked at one of these companies. Half the employees are working on random bespoke bullshit. Almost always. And those often are a great opportunity to try different solutions. I started more... Can I say this confidently? Yeah. I think I started more repos and projects at Twitch than I did at Ping. I coded a lot more at Ping. I shipped a lot more at Ping. But I was regularly in the weeds building random bespoke solutions to random bullshit when I was at Twitch all the time. And the amount I would have benefited from all these cool AI tools when I was building a random one-off thing to help a particular security or safety incident when it was happening, oh, it would have saved me so much trouble. You guys have no idea. It would have been incredible. The thing that made me so effective at Twitch is I did this already. I would build with the simple solution to the problem, and once we hit the limitations of it, we would swap it out with whatever made the most sense. Because if you have one simple solution to a problem that won't scale, and you have 3 complex ones that will, but they're complex, you cannot pick the right complex solution if you haven't already eaten the problem. And it becomes so much easier to figure out what makes sense when you can communicate what doesn't. A weird analogy I'll give here is cameras. I'm a big camera nerd. If you couldn't tell, there's a reason the stream looks so good. It's because I spend way too much money and time and effort looking into camera stuff. I just got a new camera a few weeks ago so I could have something to bring with me for React Miami because I was tired of unrigging the setup. Why the hell am I talking about cameras in an engineering section? Hear me out. I am very regularly asked, what camera should I buy, Theo? I want to have great looking content. People in chat are already catching on to things. Mic's more important than camera, first and foremost. I'll always emphasize that. But the more important key here is that I don't actually recommend a standard camera until you've done one important thing. Until you own one of the 2 most recent iPhone Pros, I will not tell you what camera to buy. Because chances are the video camera on your phone will be more than good enough for whatever you want to do. But that depends on what you want to do. No matter what, if you want to take video seriously, having a modern iPhone in your pocket will make your life easier. The quality of video you can get out of this is insane. And if it's not good enough, you now have a framework and language to talk about that with me with. If you say, the iPhone's not good enough for me, it overheats. Okay, let's chat about that. What are you doing that's causing it to overheat? Are you doing long recordings? Okay, you cannot buy a Sony camera because those overheat even faster than the iPhone. Let's lean you towards the Lumix line. Or if you say, I can't use the iPhone, I need something that has more storage, then I can't point you at any cameras that are SD card first. Once you've run into the problem with the iPhone, now we have a framework where we can figure out what of the more expensive fancy solutions make sense for you. And this will still be beneficial to you anyways. So I always push for the simple, good enough solution because either it works for you, awesome, you don't have to touch the complexity. And like most of the time when I tell you, just get the iPhone, it's good enough video. They just stick with it. And no, don't start on the fucking Pixels. The Pixels, a photo camera is like 10% better than Apple. The Pixels video camera is like meme tier bad. Android cannot film effectively. I could do a very long rant about the crazy things Apple does to make video as effective as they do on the iPhone. That's not what we're here for. Bug me in the comments if I should do that video on my 3rd channel because I have a lot to say about Apple's video pipes. They're insane. All of that thrown aside, the iPhone is such a good video camera that it's probably good enough for you. And if it is not good enough for you, let's talk about why. This is why I hate people that recommend GraphQL to startups. Because you don't need GraphQL. You need something simple. And if the simple thing doesn't work, we'll talk about it. And if the place you land is, oh, we have an iOS and Android app that are built by native developers that worked at 2 companies that use GraphQL in the past, so they're very familiar with GraphQL, and we have really weirdly nested data that fits the graph model well, and one of the engineers that's working on the APIs has already built GraphQL services at scale. Okay, maybe GraphQL finally makes sense for you as an individual, but up until you hit that point, it almost certainly doesn't. And that recognition requires you start somewhere simple first. So please start on the simple thing, even if it feels wrong. You'll be amazed how far it can go. Yes, this does mean you can use Google Sheets as a database, but you actually can't because it seems easy. It isn't. It is simple, but it is not easy. Setting up Google Sheets as a database sucks because getting your API authenticated and authorized properly to do it is miserable. But go ahead and do it in something like Airtable or Notion. Those APIs are much better, and they're not good scalable databases, but you'll learn to deal with that problem when you get there. Don't rush to a problem you don't have yet. Solve the problem you have and fix the problem you have later when you have that problem later. I'm trying to not go too deep on the video camera phone thing because every time I talk about it, I just want to rant about it forever. So I'll avoid that. I hope this point is relatively clear. Oh, I have a fun tangent. I'm going to contradict myself. I think way less than ever about simple things. I think way more than ever about complex things. So, as I mentioned before, I love to sit and think and ideate on complex technical problems. I've said all the time that like my best code isn't written when I'm sitting at my computer. It's written when I'm on my skateboard or I'm in the shower. The things that I would often find myself wasting time thinking about things that didn't matter that much, like the syntax of how we would pass data around different components. A lot of that time was, I don't want to say wasted, because it helped me evolve as an engineer, but it effectively was. I didn't need to spend all that time on those things. I could have just done the simple, obvious thing and fixed it when it broke. But there are things that do need this time, like the sync engine for T3 chat. Oh, the sync engine for T3 chat. I'm so sorry, Mark. He's giggling in the other room right now about it. But yeah, I've probably spent 10 times more literal wall clock time thinking about it than actually writing code for it. Because previously I would spend like 2 to 3 days thinking about a thing, start writing it, realize there was missing parts, think about it a whole bunch more, and then go back and forth writing it for a few days, trying to get all the pieces aligned and whatnot. Now, I think about it for 4 days, and then I spend 2 hours implementing it with Cursor, and I can get it done way faster. And if it turns out that path was the wrong path, I'll hit the wall faster than I used to. It used to take a week to get to the end of a path that was wrong. That's not the case anymore. Now I can hit that wall way faster and power through it way quicker too, if it makes sense. Finding those walls and pushing through them or around them has never been simpler. But now I feel like on those hard problems that have a lot of these walls, it's better to make the simple solution, hit as many of them as possible, and then spend admittedly too much time thinking about the path to take around all those crazy things that got in our way. And I could go off forever about all the crazy paths with sync. There is partial updates and the crazy nature of updating token by token in a streamed chat response. There is authentication and, more importantly, unauth users. Where does their data go? Does it sync on the cloud? It probably shouldn't. If it doesn't, how do I have a partial path that allows me to handle a local-only solution, but also handle a cloud-first solution, such that authenticated versus unauthenticated users have the same experience in the app, even though the technical layer is so different for those? And more importantly, how do I not absolutely screw the DX by having 2 paths for every single thing, one of which is driven by the sync engine, one of which is entirely local? There's so many of these things that I felt like I'm going mad for a while now, genuinely. So I did it wrong. And when I hit the walls from it, like the first time I built the sync engine for T3 chat, I built it as a single gzipped blob going into Redis. And that worked really well for the first few weeks, but it was starting to have limitations. So I broke it out so every message and every thread was its own entity in Redis, and immediately started hitting a whole new set of limitations. So I spent 2 days porting from a Redis monolith blob to individual Redis entries for everything. And then I spent an hour switching that over to SQL. What? That's still unbelievable to me that I literally migrated our entire data model from Redis to broken up Redis in 2 days, and then from that to SQL in 2 hours or less. It's so cool. And it's awesome that like I could run into the wall that the solution I picked threw me straight at and so quickly recover from it. A lot of that is my familiarity with these tools and the fact that I was thinking through what it would look like with SQL as I wrote it. But a lot of it was that my editor knows the tools I use for SQL well. So I was much more able to switch off the wrong thing when I ported to it. I picked the wrong complex solution when I started from the simple one, so I switched to the right complex solution after, and it's scaling incredibly well for us. These are huge changes to how I think. I would have put so much more time overthinking which data model to use before I initially shipped. But now we could go way further first. And to be fair, I'm doing this now. I'm spending way too much time thinking about where to cut things. But that's because I got us here now, and I wouldn't be panicked the same way. To be fair, Mark is panicked as fuck. Half his support tickets are, the sync engine broke, the sync is breaking, why are my messages going away? And that's all my fault, and I'm sorry. We're working on it. But I don't want to do another incorrect complex solution, so I'm allowing myself the time to figure it out, and part of that time is experimenting with different solutions. I've built like 5 mini T3 chats to try these different paths we could take to see what their limitations were. Yeah, I'm really hyped about where we're going to end up as a result, but I feel like I could go so much further. Like if we were to draw a scale where like, this needs to be vertical now I think about it. Where like on the bottom is everyone's favorite 0 users. And on the top is way more zeros. Maybe a number in front. Previously, the simple solution would get you like to some point, and then you would have to do the hard work of bridging the gap. And the amount of work it would take to bridge that gap sucked. And you'd often have to invest a lot of time. And what you would do is you would start working on it early before you're at the end of where simple gets. Hell, you might even start with this initially. But every solution, even the most complex ones, will still have issues at some scale. And you would have had to put way more time. If I was to do horizontals, how hard it was to do, in verticals, how far you can go, simple obviously can't go as far as the complex one can. So as such, building this way didn't make a lot of sense. You should be putting your time and money in because you just lost a third of the dev cycle by doing that first. But what if the complex version was just as complex to build as the simple one was? What if simplicity and complexity are now somewhat arbitrary distinctions that the AI doesn't really give a shit about? All of a sudden, there's no reason to start building this so early, because the amount of time it takes for you to go from 0 users to a number where it matters is also enough time to unfuck whatever bad decision you made. That is so cool. And if I pick this solution, I guess I thought it would get me there, and it only actually gets me here, awesome. I switch to a different one that hopefully will get me way further. And if I was wrong, if this is some vaporware bullshit, that's fine. I roll it again. And that's the magic of this new stuff, is the implementation time to test out these different solutions has gone down so much that if you can make a simple, scalable enough solution, the time that buys you to figure out the right solution is massive. But there's a more important reality here, which is that most apps never even get there. Most apps die here. We'll call this the 2-user line. Who are those 2 users? You and your mom, obviously. Let's be real. Those are the first 2 users for my stuff too, funny enough. Yes, your mom. Anyways, the 2-user line is a thing most apps never cross. If I'm being realistic about my apps, it's probably closer to like 200. Because I have my dedicated users that'll come try everything I build, even if it's bad. But it's so good to have a simple solution that I and my IDE and my AI tools all understand well, that can flush out the idea and see if it's good or not. And if it is good, then we'll start hitting scaling problems and we can fix them. If it's not good, we can throw the app away and not feel like we wasted a bunch of time. That is awesome. And it's fundamentally changed how I think about what I'm building. I am much more likely to reach for something like SQLite than I ever was before. Because if I'm putting the time into building an app doesn't mean I need to push it till it succeeds. It means I need to solve a problem that I have. And sometimes when I build those solutions, they help me and a few other people, like PickThing does. Sometimes they fundamentally change the trajectory of my life, like T3 Chat did. But I built T3 Chat and PickThing the same way initially. I had a specific problem and a simple path to solve it. I picked wrong and I had to rebuild parts over and over, but they solved the problem I had really well and I was proud of the solution. I got way better by the time we did T3 Chat because it took 3 iterations of PickThing for this new way of building to really click. This idea of just do it the simple, obvious fucking way. You know it's wrong. You'll have to fight this urge the whole time of like, I know this won't scale. I have to fight it all the time. But now I'm like over it. The thing I won't compromise on though is DX, because I know I already see the comment. You're writing it right now. The shit poster saying, well, if you don't care about scale that much anymore, why are you still using Vercel and serverless? Because the DX is better too, motherfucker. The fact that I can put up a PR and my CTO can click a link in the pull request and immediately go and see the build that I just created, that's a huge value add. The fact that it scales as well is great. It means we don't have to move off of Vercel as the business starts doing better, if it does. But it also means the things that aren't being used a whole lot cost nothing. Instead of having an infinite number of $20 a month bills for every single side project I spun up, most of them cost me $0 because they're built serverless, which keeps it way simpler and easier to deploy and do all these fancy things with. It is a win on my DX such that I feel like I am building in a simpler fashion as a result, which is great. Now that we're talking about those things, I want to go on one more tangent about building simply and things that I already did that I think are really helpful. I've never felt so good as an FP purist. AI is really good at things that you can read top to bottom in order. AI is really bad at mapping complex relationships between things. The complex relationships that AI maps are between tokens, which are 4 to 8 characters, not between different like files in your code base that are calling hidden, deeply nested functions in a constructor from another place 15 directories away. AI sucks at that. It's so bad at that. So the more you can architect your stuff as a simple functional pipe that an input goes in and an output comes out, the easier it is for these models to understand what you're doing, especially if you have type safety or comments describing what they're doing. Especially if, and this is another one of those like hard things, similar to when I said the microservice thing. I don't even have the heart to say it out loud. I feel sick. Perhaps return types in TypeScript aren't as valuable as they were previous. Perhaps return types in TypeScript aren't as useless and bad as they used to be. They still have edge cases, and make sure you've seen my video about why I hate return types before you start using them a whole bunch, because they're not a catch-all. They're not a great solution to things that we actually do as developers, but they help the AI fuck up a little bit less. They do. Matt Pocock's the one who made me reconsider this. He's right, and it hurts me. I hate return types in TypeScript so much. They break so much shit, but like, they do help here. They do. So, yeah. Some of my stances hurt more than they used to, but some of them have helped a lot more. And things like full stack type safety, functional patterns going from the input to the output, these patterns have scaled awesome. And I'm so happy whenever I have something that's a really simple input. Just one example of something that has made our life much easier in the T3 chat code base. If I go to the chat endpoint, I recently-ish overhauled the whole thing because it was getting miserably complex. And a huge part of that was breaking out these helper functions. One is verify request. Verify request returns a verified chat request. Yes, I used a return type here because, again, it's important, but also it's a result type because it can return positive and negative cases, the error cases or the success cases. So this returns one of many different errors that I will send down to you if you failed any of these things. And then if it succeeded, I start to generate the chat stream response. But I'm passing this guy the verified request, which is my parsed managed thing. And this verified request params occurs 17 times in 6 files because I am passing this giant input glob around all of the functions instead of defining their inputs very specifically and precisely for the little bit they need. Because I often find a function that's only doing one thing needs to do a little bit more or have access to this one other thing I didn't think to pass. And instead of touching 15 places to get it there, I just pass this one request body around that I have verified and made a bunch of changes to in order for it to have all the things this has. It has the input, it has the identifier, it has the user info, the substatus, the pro user boolean. All of these things now exist in this one input field that I can pass to all these other places. Not only has this made it way easier to reason about the code base and know what you do and don't have access to in different places, made the AI way better at auto-completing this stuff too, because it always knows what data it has because it has so many references to verified chat request everywhere. This is a pattern I didn't love before. I liked functions to be as minimal and specific as possible, saying here is the only stuff I need, nothing more, nothing less. Because if the function was changing, it was me or another eng on my team changing it. Now, you just pass this around. It's great. Huge thank you, Full Moon, for the 5 bomb here. Really appreciate that. Who said, gamers said it. Okay, cool. Mirkal here is catching on. Pure functions and immutability are going to be the new norm. Absolutely agree. It's been awesome. Functions consuming structs. The world is saved. No comment. You get the idea, though. These patterns make things much more consistent, so you have less, like, you need more knowledge of the whole code base in order to know what verified chat request params is. But once you have that cursory knowledge, pun intended, your ability to change anything in the code base becomes significantly better. It's similar to what I love about tRPC, where I can just command click on the front end and it brings me right to the back end. These patterns and paradigms went from nice to have things to borderline essential if you want to use these AI tools at real scale. On that note, remember the monorepo thing I said earlier? Monorepos still suck? I hate monorepos right now. Monorepo bad, but backend and front end need to be in the same repo right now. We've all been there. We've all been working on front end and had a backend change that needs to be made and waiting for days for someone to go review the code before you can even start working on the thing properly. We've all even probably been on the back end a bit and had a front end team making constant requests from us that made no sense and having to like keep old versions of things because this one iOS client was still super out of date and needed this weirdly named field that you want to deprecate. Like, that all sucks. AI sucks even harder at it. It loves to deprecate things that it doesn't see the use case for, especially Claude 3.7. So if the thing consuming that backend lives somewhere else that Claude isn't aware of, you're going to break it all of the time. That's just the nature of how these things work. But if they're in the same code base and they have access to tools that check things like type safety, now when it makes the change on the back end and it gets a type error on the front end that field doesn't exist anymore, all of a sudden the agent can fix the thing or know that it made a mistake. Or better, if it can't, you will know it made a mistake because you'll see that type error. That level of full stack integration has never been more important, especially when you combine it with type safety. Type safety is like borderline essential in this world. I still can't believe Python is the language of choice for so much AI stuff, because you can write a lot of Python code that literally cannot work at all and get no error at all from the Python environment until you actually try running it. AI agents aren't running your code to see if it works. They are writing your code and checking the editor feedback to see if it's right or not. Using tools that handle that well is more essential. And it's kind of funny to think, but like, LSPs are the ultimate tool. All this work that Microsoft has put in to making language service protocols part of the IDE so languages can integrate more easily and give feedback to the editor also allows for them to give feedback to the agents and to the AI tools we're using. It's weird that these things have become so useful, but they have. And my appreciation for LSPs and good type safety integrations has only gotten stronger over the years. Do these AI tools know tRPC really well? No. When they get it wrong, they get a good type error, and either they fix it or I can. And it's so nice. Okay. Last piece, the thing I've mentioned a couple times in other videos, but I think it's really important to drive home. Code is so fucking cheap right now. Code is not expensive the way it used to be before. Engineers are expensive. They cost a lot of money. And previously, if an engineer had spent a lot of time writing code and it turned out the solution was mostly wrong, it would be really hard to throw away all that work because rewriting with the correct solution just took a lot of time. Now it takes a lot less time. If you have a clear model on how the pieces should come together in your head, the speed you can go from that clear model, especially if it's correct, to a working implementation is insane. So if you build the simple wrong solution or you're maintaining a complex wrong solution, the sledgehammer is worth bringing out now more than ever. This is a battle I have fought my entire career. I've always been the guy that comes in and says, hey, this makes no sense. Can we sledgehammer this and make it simpler? My last gig before starting Ping had a 20,000 plus line of code monstrosity of a microservice that managed WebSocket connections for the backend and front end using Redux Saga in Node. It was the most horrific code base I think I've ever seen in my life. And I was going insane. I was begging to replace it, but I kept being told, no, you're the front-end engineer. You can't touch the back end. But I knew the intricacies of how that was implemented so well at a point that I said, fuck it. And I rewrote the whole thing. I said it was going to take a week or two. It actually took 2 days. It was under 500 lines of code for a full implementation of not just the WebSocket management service, but the entire backend. And I built the whole thing in 2 days. And the response was, we can't ship that. It has no tests. Who do you think you are replacing this well-tested code with a pile of crap you threw together in 2 days? So I spent an hour writing a 800 line of code test file that had 100% code coverage and handed it in with my resignation. You can't tell I'm the sledgehammer guy. I am very happy to come in and say this is so wrong that entertaining the thought of it, much less the engineers who built it, is an act of self-harm. Throw this the fuck away. Previously, there was a lot of reasons to say no. Primarily, well, we spent all this time building it. It's going to take so long to replace. That's not an argument anymore. It's never been cheaper to replace a thing, both because rebuilding it is way cheaper and because if you're wrong and the old way was correct, you can figure that out way faster. So there's only two paths when a Theo comes in and tries to sledgehammer your thing. Either they're right and they're going to save you a shitload of time and money and make you way faster, or they're wrong and they have to spend some amount of time to realize that. It is way faster now to figure out that you're wrong when you are, and digging yourself out of that hole is way cheaper than ever too. The sentimental attachment to an existing code base is a thing I've seen a lot of devs suffer with. And it's weird because my favorite thing is when my code gets deleted and replaced. It feels like a burden being lifted. Every time I hear about somebody deprecating some old chaotic thing I built at Twitch and replacing it with the right solution, it feels great for me. But I know it's not the case for a lot of engineers. They feel insecure when their code gets replaced. Well, guess what? You're going to be feeling real insecure the next few years because your code sucks. My code sucks. Everyone's code sucks. And so does the AI code too. Most code, the vast majority of code sucks. Even good code bases, the majority of code in those suck too. They just have a nice enough surface level area that you can like appreciate how they're architected. But like the FFmpeg code base is one of the most horrifying monstrosities I've ever seen in my life. The amount of spaghetti in OBS, the tool I use to create and power all of these things, one of the most important lifebloods in the entire open source media ecosystem, is a disaster. I would never recommend anyone touch that code base unless you have a PhD in weird C++ Qt engine bullshit. Suddenly, now we have to accept that fact. And when the thing you have is bullshit, instead of convincing yourself it's not and that you're a good engineer, you need to be excited about replacing it when it makes sense, even if someone else is doing it. If you judge your worth by if you're judging your capability as an engineer by the lines of code you have in production, you're a really insecure person and you're a bad engineer. You have to get this out of you now. That time is over. Get over it. Code is too cheap for you to make the salary you're making right now if you're that insecure about things. And right now you're coasting on the fact that your coworkers are scared of what happens if you disappear. Once they replace all your code, you're worthless now. So figure out how to bring value regardless of which line of code is in production. Figure out how to move fast regardless of if you're the one behind the chair or not. Or figure out how to move fast regardless of if you're behind the keyboard or not. Something I'm really proud of my CTO for is his ability to take a complex set of problems, distill it to the one or two pieces that he's not as confident in, or doesn't have a solution for, or knows that my experience would be more relevant for. And instead of bringing me this like 3 days of thinking work that he has done, he brings me the 10 minutes in the middle he's not sure of. And then I can help him through that part and save him a day or a week, sometimes even, of work, implementing things the wrong way or going down a weird path. And sometimes I'm like, maybe the problem's higher up. Can you give me a little more context so I can like find a better cutting point here? And my biggest value I bring to engineering teams is my ability to show them the simple path they hadn't considered that lets them skip so much of the bullshit. I love that. And that's where so much of my value comes from. And the more you can do those things, the more you can model the code base in your head and talk about it rather than just reading the lines of code, the more successful you'll be in this era. The AI tools will be better at writing the code than you, but they will never be as good at modeling the code base as you are, as long as you're good at it. If you feel like the AI understands your code better than you, you are absolutely fucked and you need to fix that right now. If you haven't used these tools much yet, try to approach them this way. You get to spend more time thinking about how things work together and less time thinking about the for loops inside of it. And that's what I've loved about it, is I spend less time in the bodies of the functions and more time orchestrating how these functions are calling each other and the relationships between things like the back end and the front end. It really is a shift towards system design. There was a lot of tasks where like traditional React development is like 90% JavaScript and HTML bullshit, 10% application architecture. Now that 90% can be auto-completed by my editor, I spend a lot more time on the other side. Smaller teams can ship way more complex things because that 10% can be scaled to 90% of your time. Now that what was previously the 90% is auto-completed and automated by AI. And it's fundamentally changed how I build, and more importantly, how I spend the time thinking about what I'm going to build. There are a lot of other small pieces here, like I'm more likely to build a quick one-off solution to a problem I have than I used to be. I used to spend a lot more time trying to find the right package to solve a problem. Now I'll build it. Or if I find a snippet or a package that's good, I'm more likely to rip the code from it and embed it in my code base instead of just using the dependency the traditional way. I'm more likely to spin off one-off web apps to solve specific problems I have, like resizing images or making images square or changing background color, stuff like that. I'm more likely to build my own search engine in a day because I want a better, faster tool. I am more likely to replace the things I use every day and build my own things I use every day because building simple solutions to problems has never been easier. And if you can identify a problem and find the simple path to the solution without bringing all the baggage of other people's problems along with you, you can make really incredible stuff. And it's easier than ever to do that now. And there are all of these one-size-fits-all solutions that don't fit anybody particularly well. Many of these are things I love, like React Query. 80% of the features in React Query are things I will never use in almost any of my code bases. But they're there because they're useful to enough people, and React Query wants to be useful to everyone. I've tried building my own React Query enough times to tell you it's a stupid fucking idea. It is slightly less stupid than it used to be when you have a specific enough use case, which I do now, and I am not unlikely to build my own React Query type thing for the very specific needs that I have with T3 chat. Even a year ago, that would have been the most moronic thing I could say. Now it feels much more sensical, because if I can have 20% of this, because if I have a code base, or because if I build my own library here that's 20% as complex and capable as React Query, and I have to maintain the whole thing myself, which is expensive. React Query is a complex thing to maintain. But it does other things so much simpler that like the optimistic update layer would work better for us. It makes more sense now than it used to. And this idea that like the one-size-fits-all tool is better as a reference than as a tool if you're building your own specific enough solution is still an idea I'm learning to digest. And I'm benefiting so much from it now. Owning the tools in your code base is more realistic than ever, especially for great engineers. And I guess that's the last thing I want to emphasize here. The last rewiring, the thing that Prime will never say. Great engineers are so set right now. Bad engineers are so fucked. This is an important thing that it took me a bit to accept, but it is reality. I used to have teams of engineers. I would never say any of the eng teams I ran were bad, but they've often been less skilled. And I would spend a lot of time thinking through a problem, speccing it out, figuring out which parts were like the most tedious but understandable, and building out the roadmap for the 4 engineers on my team to go do those parts. Maybe the more complex ones would be with the person who I talk to more because he would be, or because maybe the parts that are more complex would go to the engineer that lives closest to me because they talk with me more and they will have a better report and less worry asking questions. Maybe the parts that are more tedious but more straightforward will go to the person who just joined the team because they need to build that familiarity up. But I would just spend so much time thinking about which task goes to which person. Is it specced out enough? What roadblocks are they going to hit? Who are they talking to that can help them? All these things. Now I can just do the work myself instead. I've never felt less incentivized to hire in my life. And it's crazy because I've always loved doing, it's crazy because I've always loved running the small team that goes too fast. Coming in with 2 people and doing a year's worth of work that would have taken 10 people in 3 months with 2 guys is my favorite thing ever. I did this so much throughout my career. That used to be a unique skill. I was a great engineer and I could move fast. Now being a great engineer becomes moving fast much easier. You just have to be willing to use these tools and technologies. Previously, being a great engineer who moved fast meant using these bleeding edge things, taking advantage of these new technologies to unblock the things getting in your way. Previously, being a fast moving engineer meant you had to be deep on stuff like tRPC. Now it doesn't. I love this framing. Small teams shipping loads of stuff feels like heaven. It's like smurfing in a low elo. Absolutely. Absolutely agree. Love this, Donnie. So I've been incredibly fortunate in my career that I've, for the most part, worked with awesome people, but I have randomly been tasked with dealing with bad teams. And bad engineers, and it always hurt. And I had to like convince myself the whole time to not do the thing I wanted, which is rewrite their whole thing and make their job irrelevant. I would not be able to do that right now. I would have accelerated the layoffs at Twitch if I was there, straight up. I would have went and built the thing the team I hated was maintaining better than them, faster than them, and made them go away. Because bad engineers aren't worth the effort anymore. They used to be worth the effort because you needed someone to maintain the code, and they had a chance of becoming a good engineer. Both of those aren't relevant anymore. Things that can be maintained by a bad engineer can be maintained by Devin just fine. And the things that can be there, and the people who would have become good engineers don't need to work at your company to do that now, because they can go build a bunch of side projects, use the AI to ask a bunch of questions and level themselves up much faster. I was able to get good at Cloudflare in 2 days. That would have taken me a month before. And was the AI wrong all the time? Absolutely. But it hallucinated slightly less than the official Cloudflare docs did, which was nice. But my ability to level up is massively impacted by the AI. And that's kind of the problem, is the AI tools that we use allow for bad engineers to never build an understanding because they will just retry over and over until the code that works comes out. And it allows for great engineers to improve faster than ever because they can ask questions and learn so much faster as a result of all that. That gap has widened. The gap between a bad engineer and a good engineer is becoming a chasm at this point. And crossing it feels more impossible than ever. But also, identifying which side someone is on is easier than ever. Never in my career has it been so easy to see a 16-year-old kid who's incredibly talented and know that they're incredibly talented. Especially when you compare them to people who are my age, 30 plus, that are shipping slower than that 17-year-old. This would happen before, but they would be similar enough looking that it was hard to tell. Now it's overwhelming. Now there are kids in my community that give me imposter syndrome, which is crazy. Because some amount of that is like the AI solved the hard problem for them. But most of it is they knew they could power through their lack of knowledge and build it up in the process. And like I have somebody who I'm bringing on for an internship this summer that I was ready to hire full time. After I told him I was going to do it, I got his resume and I learned he was 17. What the fuck? It was not like that before. There were always cool kids in the community. Oh shit, look, there he is. Hi, Ash. Fucking legend. Kids like him can go so much faster, so much farther than they could before. And that's awesome. How do I put it? It's like how we have unlimited access to food now. There is food in so many stores, in so many places. It's basically impossible to be more than 10 miles away from somewhere you can buy food nowadays. That's awesome for people who want to eat more healthily. If you want to spend less time raising cows and cattle and just go to a store, buy the food, and then get back to the thing you want to go do, that's never been easier than it is now. But it also means getting fat and lazy has never been so easy either. Hundreds of years ago, it was basically impossible to be fat because food was scarce and you'd have to put effort into getting all the food in order to get fat. Now, food is so abundant that the people who don't have the motivation to stay fit won't. And the people who do will. It's easier than ever to get into great shape, but it's also easier than ever to get into bad shape. And that's all the crazy things that have happened in the economy that we have and live in today. That's what's happening here. AI tools make it easier than ever for an engineer who's motivated to get really good. But they also make it easier than ever for somebody who's unmotivated to stay really bad. I think that wraps up all the stuff I wanted to talk about here. This became a much longer, more chaotic rant than I expected it to. I hope this is helpful to some of you guys because I've been thinking a lot about these things myself. I spent a lot more time thinking, if you can't tell, and the AI tools have helped a lot with that. They've fundamentally changed how I build, how I think, how I invest, how I manage my company, how I advise, how I do all the things that I do. And I hope this stuff helps you use them more effectively too. Let me know what you guys think about this rant and if you want more things like it. Hope it was useful. And until next time, keep prompting. That was a rant. Goddamn. Jesus fuck, it's 7:30. I had a whole rant about this in the middle. Being late is great. It's awesome being late to shit. Did you do a Blender edit? I have not seen it yet. Oh boy. What was your question, Donnie? Do I want to fully embrace Haskell? Someday. Oh shit. That was really generous of you, Energy. Thanks for pointing out that that happened. I would have missed it. Oh shit, here we are. Yeah. That's a crazy gift. Thank you for throwing that to Drake over here. Pumped that you found a new friend to have these conversations about. And they know who Krish is. Good sign. I like you already. Then Full Moon threw a 5 bomb too. Thank you both for the support, guys, throughout that one. Yeah, 12-month gift is insane. You're subbed for a year now because he liked you. Good shit. This has been an awesome stream. Going for a while. I have a lot of stuff I need to go do and film and deal with and need to eat. And then poor Ben is downstairs waiting for us to wrap up. I might stream again either this week or weekend because we only got 3 videos out today. Speaking of which, let me move this one over before I forget. I need more medium-sized topics and or more news. Who have we not rated in a minute? I just did Mordecai. He's so tempting, though. I love their stuff. Oh, sorry, NMG. They, them. Good to know. Thank you. How long's Vosh been going for? Only an hour. Awesome. They go for so long. So that's where we're going to throw you guys. Keep an eye out for another stream in the next few days, perhaps. Don't get too excited. Yeah, Swifty. Thanks for stopping by. AWS killed upload thing? Oh boy. Excited to see what the hell AWS is trying to do with S3 now. I saw some update, but it didn't seem that great. Thank you guys, as always, for hanging out. It's a fun one. We got some good videos, and I will see y'all soon. And goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well. And let's kill the stream.